When we are compelled to let go of something, our hearts often feel torn, afflicted, and unsteady. There are things we know we ought to release, yet our hearts still cling to them. It has been said that what causes the greatest suffering is not the loss itself, but the unwillingness to release our grip. It is like a rope we clutch ever more tightly. The more our hands bleed, the more we refuse to let go. The tighter we grasp, the more it hurts. The higher we seek to hold on, the more we lose our own true self. How then can we let go? How can we still the heart, which is tossed about between gain and loss? An old story tells of a man with a tormented expression who sought out a venerable monk. He bowed his head and said, "Venerable sir, why is it that there are things and people that I cannot let go of, time and time again?" The venerable monk smiled. He did not answer immediately, but instead bid the man hold a teacup. The monk poured tea into the cup. The cup quickly filled, and the water, overflowing, scalded the man's hand. Startled, the man put the teacup down, grimacing in pain. At that moment, the venerable monk said gently, "In this world, there is nothing that cannot be relinquished. When you feel enough pain, you will put it down on your own." The man was silent for a long time, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. So it is that we often do not let go, not because we are unable, but because the pain has not yet become great enough to compel us. When we have not been wounded deeply enough, we still harbor hope. We still cling to illusions, still believing we can hold on to that which no longer belongs to us. But when the pain reaches its depths, when our tears have run dry, when the heart has nothing left to grasp, we will naturally let go. No one needs to teach us how. In the same way, when we have fame and status, we find it hard to let go of fame and status. When we have wealth and fortune, we find it hard to let go of wealth and fortune. When we have love, we find it hard to let go of love. This is because the heart is filled with too many attachments, too many cravings. We fear loss. We fear emptiness. We fear having nothing left to hold on to. But the more we fear, the more we suffer. It is like a person holding a fistful of sand. The tighter they clench their fist, the more the sand slips through their fingers. Letting go, it turns out, is the only way to hold on to what truly matters, the peace within our hearts. Some say that to let go is a sign of weakness, of escapism. But in truth, letting go requires courage. One must be strong enough to walk away from that which one has depended on. One must be mindful enough to look directly into one's own heart and say, "It is time." When we dare to let go, it means we have understood that happiness lies not in holding on, but in being free. Letting go is not about abandoning everything. It is about re-choosing what is truly important. It is like a house that, after many years, has become filled with old things, cramped and cluttered. We think every item is precious. Every item holds a memory. But the more we keep, the smaller the house becomes and the heavier our hearts. Then one day, when the roof leaks or possessions break, we discard them easily without regret. For by then, we have felt the trouble that comes from keeping too much. Life is the same. Each of us needs to dare to clear out our own soul, to discard the resentments, the cravings, the comparisons, the envy, to cast away the things that are too old, that no longer nourish us. For when the heart is cluttered, light cannot enter. When the mind is full, peace has no place to sit. Try so, just once, to sit in stillness and listen to your own self. Listen to the weariness of a heart that holds too much. Listen to the long sighs of a spirit that cannot release its burdens. And then gently say to your own heart-mind, "It is all right. I give you permission to let go." In that moment, we will realize that to let go is not to lose, but to return. To return to our true self, to the breath, to the stillness, to the heart-mind that was originally as clear as the surface of undisturbed water. Let go to feel your heart become light. Let go to allow your mind to become serene. For only when we know how to let go can we truly live in peace amidst the turbulent currents of life. And only when we dare to let go can we smile and say, "I have found myself again." In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught that no one can carry another's burden. Each person must set down their own. This teaching, simple yet profound, is like the ringing of a bell in the early morning, reminding us to look at what weighs heavily upon our minds. Living in this world, we often think we have grown accustomed to shouldering our burdens, to enduring, to holding on. How many things do we carry upon our shoulders? Wealth, fame, attachments, the past, expectations, resentments, and even things left unsaid. Bit by bit, piece by piece, until one day we look back and see that our hearts are weary, so heavy that there is no room left for peace. We often think that the things we hold on to constitute our very lives, but in truth, the more tightly we grasp them, the more we risk losing our own selves. It is like a person carrying a bundle of dry firewood through a forest, afraid to let it go for fear of loss, not realizing that in that same forest, countless green trees beckon. The human mind is the same. We hold on to old stories, people who have left, pains that are long past, and then wonder why peace never comes. In truth, peace has not gone far. It is merely waiting for us to loosen our grip on something, to make room for it to enter. Our mind can be likened to a house. How much can one house contain? If every day we bring in something new without ever discarding anything, it will soon become cramped. In that house, there would be no path to walk, no light to pass through the windows, no breath of life. So too is it with the mind. When we are filled with memories, wounds, resentments, and regrets, our hearts are no different from an old, dusty room, thick with a damp chill. Peace cannot enter, for there is no place for it to sit. If we wish to live in peace, we must first learn to clear out our own being. Everyone in this world has their own burdens. Some carry on their shoulders the responsibilities of family. Some carry in their chest the pain of lost love. Others bear the expectations that people have placed upon them. The older we grow, the more we see that these burdens are not forced upon us, yet we cannot seem to put them down. We fear that if we let go, we will have nothing left to lean on. But sometimes, the very thing we lean on is what causes us to fall. It is like a person crossing a river, desperately clinging to a rock in the middle of the current, thinking it is safe, yet the torrent rushes fiercely beneath their feet, and their hands ache from gripping too tightly. A woman once said, "I am so tired, but I don't know what I'm tired of." This is a feeling common to many of us. We are tired, not because our work is overwhelming, but because our minds are too heavy. Tired from the things we cannot let go of, from a past we cannot forget, from worries that have not yet arrived, but are already feared, from a love that was not complete before it turned to pain. We are tired because we keep clinging to what was meant to depart. Life is like a flowing river. Only when we release our grip can it move downstream. Imagine your mind is a vase. When the vase is full of old water, how can new water be poured in without overflowing? The old water represents memories of resentment and regret. If we wish to pour in peace, we must first empty what is old and cleanse the vase to allow for new freshness to be born. This is why spiritual practitioners often speak of purifying the mind stream and cleansing old karma. This is not about forgetting, but about looking back with understanding, and then letting it rest. The story of Mrs. Lei is a testament to this. Mrs. Lei, 62 years old, lived alone in a small house at the end of an alley. Since the day her husband passed away, she rarely went out, confining herself to the mementos he had left behind. The house, though small, was filled with old things. A faded shirt, worn at the shoulder, a pair of leather sandals, now decayed, a teacup with a chipped handle, a faded wedding photograph, a watch that had stopped running. Whenever someone advised her to clear things out, she would smile sadly. These are not just things, my child. They are memories. In the afternoons, when the sunlight slanted through the window frame, dust motes danced like silk threads in the light. She would sit on a wooden chair, holding a photograph, her eyes gazing into the distance. Within her heart, it seemed time had stopped on the day he departed. Every time she picked up a broom to sweep, her hand would pause. Every time she thought of discarding an item, she felt a pang in her heart. Everything was like an invisible cord binding her to the past. The house grew cramped, not just because of the possessions, but because her heart no longer had space for the present. One day, her granddaughter came to visit. The little girl bustled about, tidied up, and looking around, said softly, "Grandma, it's like your house is holding on to an entire past, not letting any fresh wind blow in." Her words, though gentle, were as sharp as a needle touching the softest part of the heart. That night, Mrs. Le tossed and turned. She suddenly realized that she had been living with memories, forgetting that she was still breathing, that there was still a tomorrow. The next morning, she began to clean. Each item was cherished, wiped clean. And then, as she set it down, she would softly say a word of thanks. "Thank you for walking with me for a part of the journey." She folded the few things that were still in good condition and gave them to the poor. The things that were no longer usable, she threw away. When she carried her husband's old shirt out of the house, her eyes welled with tears, but they were no longer as heavy as before. She kept only a single small photo frame, which she placed on the ancestral altar. The room suddenly became brighter. The wind that wafted in felt cooler, and her heart felt as light as a cloud. That evening, sitting alone, she felt not only memories in her heart, but also a newly sprouted peace. She suddenly understood that what we think we have lost has merely returned to its rightful place. And peace only comes when we let go. The story of Mrs. Lee is not just one person's story. It is a reflection of countless people living in soul houses that are too full. Some hold in their hearts a resentment from 10 years ago. Some torment themselves over a past mistake. Some cannot forget a person who has long since departed. We think these things are love, duty, or loyalty to the past, but in reality, we are imprisoning ourselves in a cage of memory. To let go does not mean to be unfeeling. To let go is to understand that all things are impermanent. People come and go, things gather and disperse like clouds drifting across the sky. A cloud cannot hold its shape forever. Just as we cannot hold a person, a moment, or a feeling in our hands forever. The Buddha taught that all phenomena are without self. All things arise from causes and conditions, and cease due to causes and conditions. When the conditions have ended, to cling only brings more suffering. If we can learn to release our grip, in that very moment, suffering dissolves. Sometimes, the things that weigh most heavily on our hearts are not the great losses, but the small things we have never dared to face directly. A hurtful word, an unfinished relationship, an unfulfilled dream. We tuck them away in a hidden corner, thinking we have forgotten, but we have only covered them up. When night falls, the heart stirs, tears well up, and we see that we have never truly let go. Letting go is not easy, for it demands that we confront our own selves. But only through confrontation can we find true liberation. If the mind is a house, then whenever we recognize a sadness, a resentment within our hearts, let us see it as an old possession. Look at it, wipe away the dust, and ask ourselves, do I still need this? If the answer is no, let us smile and let it go. Begin with the small things. Perhaps it is forgiving someone in your heart. Perhaps it is letting go of a habit that makes you weary. Perhaps it is ceasing to blame yourself for what is past. Each time we let go of one thing, we clear a little more space for peace to draw near. Here is a small practice for you. If you wish to try clearing your heart, choose a quiet morning. Sit down. Take a deep breath in and exhale very slowly. Close your eyes and envision a room within your heart. In that room, you may see images of people from the past, memories, anxieties. Do not push them away. Greet them with gentleness. Then imagine you are opening a door, allowing a cool breeze to flow in, carrying with it the light. Say in your heart, "Thank you for coming. Now, I let you go." As you breathe in and out, feel a lightness gradually spreading. This is the beginning of letting go. If you wish for something more concrete, you can write down on paper the things that weigh most heavily on your heart. Write them down, look at them directly, call them by name, and then ask, "Can I trade this for peace?" Sometimes, just by asking this question, the mind already knows the answer. You may cry. You may fall silent. But after those tears comes a purification. For tears, too, are a form of letting go. When we learn to recognize the burdens in our hearts, we will see that they are not as immense as we thought. Often, they are but thin wisps of smoke from our own minds, which we have magnified with fear, with clinging, with the past. But if we look with the eyes of the present moment, with the breath of peace, we will see that all things are merely passing through. Life itself is but a river. We are merely people standing on the bank, watching the water flow. No river flows backward, just as no suffering stays forever. From Mrs. Lee's story, we understand that letting go does not cause loss. It opens up possibilities. When she cleared out her house, she did not lose the husband who had passed. She simply returned him to his place in the past and opened the door for the present to enter. When we let go, we do not lose love. We only allow love to return to its most natural form, without attachment, without sorrow, without pain. Therefore, letting go is the act of the strong, not the weak. The weak are afraid of change. The strong dare to look back, dare to clear out, dare to live lightly. And when the mind is light, life naturally changes as well. Every morning, the sunlight entering the room is no longer obscured by the dust of memory. Every breath becomes clearer. If you can, tonight before you sleep, try this small thing. Place your hand on your chest, take a deep breath, and say softly, "I give myself permission to let go of what no longer belongs to me." Just this one sentence, spoken with all sincerity and repeated each day. After some time, you will find your heart beginning to change. Not with noise, not with obviousness, but becoming lighter, softer, more at peace. Peace is not far away. It is right here in the house of our soul, just waiting for us to clear a space for it to enter. This life is short. Let us not allow our minds to become too cramped. A little greed, a little anger, a little regret, a little sadness. all are merely guests passing through. When the guests depart, let us smile, open the door, bid them farewell, and then gently close the heart again, allowing a new wind to blow through. Like a river, only when the water is clear do the fish return. Like the sky, only when the clouds disperse does the sun shine through. When the human mind lets go, peace will naturally return. For peace has never truly left. It is only that we have not had a place to welcome it. When we learn to recognize and set down the burdens of our hearts, we are opening the first door leading to freedom. And when the heart is light, this world suddenly becomes gentle, and every breath becomes a joy. In the Samyukta Agama, the Buddha once said, "The one who knows contentment is the wealthiest person. The one who is at peace amidst impermanence is the happiest person." These words are like a cool stream flowing into the heart, causing us to pause amidst the clamor of life and ask ourselves, what is true happiness? Is it when we have enough money, enough fame, enough people who love us, enough of everything? Or is it when we have nothing, yet the mind still feels at peace? People in this world are forever searching for happiness, like travelers seeking water in a desert. Everyone believes that if they just walk a little further, achieve one more thing, have one more person, then happiness will arrive. But then, upon attaining it, we feel empty, feel it is not enough, feel the need for more. We change jobs, change partners, even change where we live, yet we still feel lost. It turns out that happiness is not at the end of the road, but in every footstep we are taking. Someone once asked the Buddha, "What is happiness?" He smiled, pointed to his empty alms bowl, and said, "When our mind is like this bowl, no longer filled by greed, aversion, and delusion, then even a bowl of cold rice will taste sweet." This teaching is so simple. Happiness is not fullness, but the feeling of enough. It is not about having more than others, but about gratitude for what one already has. If we look at life with the eyes of craving, then even if we have everything, we will still feel a lack. But if we look with the eyes of right mindfulness, we will see that happiness is present right here in every breath, in every bird song, in every simple meal. Happiness is not in some far-off place. It is in the eyes of a loved one, in a bowl of hot porridge when we are ill, in a gentle word of concern, in the soft laughter that rings out during an evening meal. Mr. Nam, 70 years old, lived with Mrs. Sao, the wife who had been by his side for over 40 years. They were not wealthy. Their home was just a small house at the end of the hamlet, its tin roof faded, with a trellis of gourds in the front yard, reaching for the sun. Their life flowed by as peacefully as a stream through a meadow. Every day, Mr. Nam would go to the small market to buy a few vegetables, and Mrs. Sao would cook their meals. In the evenings, the two of them would sit on the porch, sipping tea and watching the sunset. One morning, Mr. Nam came down with a fever, and his body ached with fatigue. Mrs. Sao rose early to cook a pot of scallion porridge and sat beside him, fanning him gently. The fragrant steam from the hot porridge rose up, mingling with the scent of the early morning breeze. He looked at the bowl of porridge, looked at his silver-haired wife, her thin hands still so tender, and a smile touched his lips. He said softly, "Happiness is probably just as simple as this, isn't it, my dear?" Mrs. Sao smiled, a smile as gentle as the morning sun. She replied, "Yes, as long as you are well, I am happy." No grand house with wide gates, no surplus of money, no extravagant travels, only a bowl of scallion porridge, a life partner sitting beside him, a warm breath. Yet in that moment, Mr. Nam felt what many people search for their entire lives. It was the peace within his heart, the feeling of being loved, of being understood, of being with a loved one in the present moment. That bowl of porridge, seemingly simple, was a symbol of true happiness. For happiness is not something grand. It is the completeness found in the small things. It is like the breath. We breathe all day long, but are rarely conscious that we are breathing. Only when we have difficulty breathing do we realize how precious the breath is. So it is with happiness. It is always there, but we heedlessly pass it by without noticing. Happiness, like the breath, must be felt with mindfulness. When we are eating, we need only be aware that we are eating. When we are drinking, we need only be aware that we are drinking. When we are sitting beside a loved one, we need only be fully present in that moment, not thinking of the past, not worrying about the future. For the past is gone. The future has not yet come. Only the present is real. And in the present, if we can see that we are still alive, still loving, and still loved, that is already happiness. There are those who live in mansions but toss and turn at night, consumed by worries. There are those who live in small huts but sleep soundly because their hearts are at peace. The difference lies not in material possessions, but in the mind. A person with a peaceful mind has enough, even if they are poor. A person with a turbulent mind lacks, even if they are wealthy. It is like clear water, which remains clear whether in an earthen cup or a crystal goblet. But muddy water remains muddy, even if held in a golden urn. Happiness comes not from where we are, but from how we see that place. Many people think that happiness is having someone love them dearly. But if we do not know how to love ourselves, the love of others will never be enough. The Buddha taught that only a person who knows how to love themselves, to care for themselves in the right way, can truly know how to love all sentient beings. When we inflict suffering upon ourselves with resentment, with competition, with comparison, we have robbed ourselves of the opportunity for happiness. Try placing your hand on your chest. Feel your heart beat, and say to yourself, I am alive. I am whole. I am grateful. When you do, you will see that happiness is no longer something distant. In a Dharma talk, a monk recounted the story of a person who came to him and lamented, "Venerable Sir, I suffer so much. I have nothing at all." The monk simply smiled and asked, "Do you have eyes?" The person nodded. "Do you have a heart that still beats?" The person said yes. The monk then said, "Then you have everything. As long as you are still breathing, there is still a chance for happiness." That reply made the person burst into tears. For sometimes we are so accustomed to what we have that we no longer see its value. Happiness does not demand that we acquire more. It teaches us to have less comparison, less demanding, less blaming of others, less disliking of ourselves. When the mind has less, the heart becomes full. Like a teacup, if poured too full, it will overflow. Only by knowing when to stop can one savor the fragrance. So it is with happiness. Sometimes one need only pause for a moment to listen, to feel, to smile at oneself. Here is a small practice you can try today. In the morning, when you first open your eyes, do not rush to pick up your phone. Sit up, take 3 deep breaths, and say, "Thank you, for I have another day to live, to love, to see the sun." Then look around and find 3 small things that warm your heart. It could be the sound of birds outside your window, the aroma of coffee, the voice of a loved one. Acknowledge them. Just by doing this, the day will already be different. Or in the evening, before you sleep, write down 3 things you were grateful for during the day. They need not be grand things. It could be a word of concern from someone, a delicious meal, a gentle rain. As you write, your mind will grow calm. For a grateful mind is the soil where happiness sprouts. The more gratitude, the greater the happiness. The more demands, the more distant it becomes. When we learn to feel happiness in the small things, we will no longer fear loss. For we will understand that happiness does not come from the outside. It is a spring that flows from within. Even if external circumstances change, that spring continues to flow. If we can keep our minds at peace, we are like the lotus that grows in the mud, yet radiates fragrance, for it does not allow the mud to defile its heart. Try sitting in stillness for a few minutes each day. Place one hand on your chest, one hand on your abdomen. Breathing in, feel the breath enter. Breathing out, feel the breath depart. Do not try to do anything else. Simply sit there, listening to your body and your mind. Gradually, you will feel a small happiness seeping in. It is the simple joy of being present, the feeling that you are living, breathing, and here for yourself. This is the deepest happiness, one that no one can take away from you. Many people ask, how can we hold on to happiness? In truth, happiness does not need to be held. The more we try to hold it, the more it slips away, like water in our hands. The tighter we clench our fist, the more the water escapes. Happiness is something that can only be felt, not possessed. If we live truthfully, love truthfully, and are grateful truthfully, happiness will naturally come and naturally stay. There are times when life makes us weary, with persistent rain, strong winds, illness, and loss. But even in those moments, happiness is still present. It is only that we have not yet seen it. Happiness can be a long sigh that is heard, a hand placed upon a shoulder, a look of understanding that needs no words. Sometimes, suffering itself is the mirror that allows us to recognize the value of happiness. Without the dark night, how would we appreciate the light? Without loss, how would we cherish what remains? In life, no one is always joyful, and no one is forever sad. Happiness comes and goes like clouds in the sky. But if our mind is steadfast, we will see that the clouds only temporarily obscure the sun. The sky remains blue. The human mind is the same. No matter how many storms may rage, the essential nature of the mind is still bright, still peaceful, still aware. When we realize this, happiness becomes natural, no longer dependent on external conditions. Ultimately, the most important thing to remember is this: if you want to be happy, learn to be at peace with the smallest of things. Happiness does not demand perfection, but presence. It is not in the distant future, but in this very moment. It is not in the things we want to have, but in what we already have. When you eat a bowl of rice, truly eat it. When you speak with someone, truly listen. When you walk, truly take a step. Just that is enough. For happiness lies not in seeking, but in stopping to see. It is not out there, but right here, in the breath you are inhaling, in the heart that is beating, in the smile you offer to the world. Slow down a little to see that happiness does not need to be found. Be a little more grateful to see that you are already enough. And love a little more to see that life is still beautiful. Then, whether it is raining or sunny, whether there is gain or loss, whether you have or have not, your mind will remain at peace. Your heart will remain bright. And that is true happiness. The Buddha taught that the mind is the root of all phenomena. When the mind is pure, the world is pure. When the mind is defiled, the world is defiled. Upon hearing this, we may think it simple, but if we contemplate it in stillness, we see it is an incredibly profound teaching. The life that we see each day is, in reality, not just the world out there, but a world reflected from within our own mind. When we look at a person or an event, we see it through the mirror of our own mind. If that mirror is clear and bright, the reflection will also be bright. If that mirror is clouded by anger, envy, and prejudice, then no matter how beautiful the world may be, we will only see darkness. Often we lament, why is this life so full of bad people? Why is everyone so deceitful? Why are people's hearts so hard to fathom? But have we ever asked ourselves if it is precisely because we are looking at the world through eyes of suspicion that everything around us becomes fearsome? When our mind is closed, the world also shrinks. When our mind is open, smiles and light will have a place to enter. Someone once said, if you look at a rose, you will see its fragrance. If you only look at the thorns, you will only see pain. Life is like that. Each person is a flower with their own unique fragrance. If we only focus on their flaws, we will miss the opportunity to appreciate the beauty they carry within them. There was a carpenter named Ba who lived in a small alley in the suburbs. Ba was a kind, hard-working man, but he had a habit of being critical. His house was next to that of Mrs. Tu, a widow who lived alone. Every morning, Ba would see trash scattered in front of his door and dry leaves littering the path. He thought it was Mrs. Toe who was carelessly littering. He grew annoyed and would complain to his wife every day that his neighbor had no consideration. One day, while sweeping his yard, he grumbled, "How can one live like this? Who could be so slovenly?" One morning, he left for work early, before the sky was fully light. As he stepped into the alley, he saw Mrs. Tuh stooped over, sweeping the ground. Her hands trembled, and she squinted, unable to see clearly. When he drew closer, he realized her eyes were cloudy, with the milky sheen of someone with an illness. He asked her about it softly. Mrs. Tu smiled gently and explained that her eyesight had been poor for several months, and sometimes she dropped things without realizing it. Ba stood frozen. The anger in his heart suddenly melted away like mist in the morning sun. He realized that all this time he had been looking at the world through prejudice, seeing only the faults of others without seeing their suffering. From that day on, Ba began to wake up a little earlier to help Mrs. Tu sweep the yard and collect the trash. He said nothing. He just did it. Gradually, he felt lighter, happier. He realized that when we judge others less, we are also removing a part of the burden from our own minds. For every time we give rise to a thought of blame, we are adding another layer of dust to our own mind. And every time we give rise to a thought of love, we are washing our mind in the clear stream of compassion. There is a curious thing. We often think that other people annoy us, but in truth, it is our own agitated mind that causes us to find others irritating. The external person is merely the pretext. The root lies within. When our mind is angry, even a small word can set us ablaze. When our mind is calm, even a great storm cannot sway it. The external scene is but a reflection of the mind within. When the water is muddy, the moon is not reflected. When the water is still, the moon shines clearly. When the mind is muddy, life is obscure. When the mind is bright, the scene is clear. To see life with a bright mind does not mean we close our eyes to wrongdoing. Rather, it means we see clearly but do not give rise to anger. We know, but we do not judge. We understand that everyone is on their own journey, bearing their own suffering, learning their own lessons. There are people who act clumsily because they have been hurt. There are people who speak curtly because they were taught with curt words. When we understand this, our hearts will soften, and from then on, we will look upon others with the eyes of compassion, no longer with resentment. Have you ever looked back on your life and seen that there were people who once hurt you, but without them, you would not have learned how to love more rightly, how to grow more fully? When you realize this, you will understand that even the things that bring us sadness are a part of the lesson of being human. And then you will no longer wish to resent anyone. For everyone is our teacher on this path of learning the way in the midst of life. Someone asked, how can one keep one's mind clear and bright in a world so full of turmoil? The answer lies in your very own breath. When you slow down your breathing, when you sit in stillness, when you look deeply at another person without judgment, you are purifying your own mind. Each day, set aside a few minutes just to look at people with a heart of gratitude. Be grateful for those who have helped you. Be grateful for those who have caused you pain, for they have all contributed to making you more lucid. Look at life as you would a garden, which has both flowers and weeds. But if you only focus on the weeds, you will never enjoy the fragrance of the flowers. Happiness lies in what you choose to see, what you choose to cultivate in your mind. In the Buddha Dharma, there is a saying, when the mind arises, all phenomena arise. When the mind ceases, all phenomena cease. This means that everything we see comes from the mind. If we want to change our life, we must first change our mind. When we find everyone detestable, it is a sign that we are weary. When we find everyone pitiable, it is a sign that our heart has softened. And when we find everyone lovable, it is when we have learned to live with a heart of compassion. That compassion needs no words, no grand gestures. It is enough that each day when we look at someone, we feel a warmth in our own heart. When we hear others speak harsh words, we know to smile and listen with understanding. When we witness a mistake, we know to look deeply to see the suffering behind that action. Another morning, Ba the carpenter told his fellow worker, before, whenever I went to work, I would often get annoyed and see people as selfish. But now, I find that life has many lovely things. The shopkeeper smiles at him. A child greets him. Even these small things warm his heart. He said, perhaps it is not that life has changed, but that my own eyes have become brighter. That brightness is not in the physical eyes, but in the heart. If you have ever been misunderstood by someone, try to think of it in reverse. Perhaps you too have misunderstood others. If you see someone who is not living well, remember that you yourself are on a path of self-correction. When we know humility, the mind becomes bright. When we know how to listen, wisdom opens. When we know how to love, the heart will be at peace. Each time we give rise to a wholesome thought, the entire universe seems to smile upon us. Life is never perfect, but the way we look at life can make it gentler. A person who knows how to see with a bright mind is not easily hurt, for they understand that no one is intentionally trying to harm them. Each person is simply acting according to their own level of understanding. If we respond to anger with anger, the world will only have more suffering. But if we look back with understanding and compassion, the suffering dissolves, and our hearts become as peaceful as a lake in the early morning breeze. Today's practice is very simple. Take a few minutes to breathe slowly. As you breathe in, you know you are breathing in. As you breathe out, you know you are breathing out. With each breath, call to mind the name of someone you once disliked and say in your heart, "May you be at peace." Do this gently, without force, for just a few breaths. It is quite miraculous. You will feel your heart soften. Whenever waves of agitation arise in your mind, return to your breath. Look at that wave and smile. When you are still, the waves too will be still. The Lin Ung Dharma channel wishes to send you a small message. When our minds are bright, the world will be less dark. When we learn to see life through the eyes of understanding and love, we are not only saving others, but also saving ourselves. For resentment only brings more suffering, while compassion is the path that leads us to freedom. Amidst the dust of this life's current, keep for yourself a clear gaze. Amidst the countless noises, keep for yourself a space of silence. In that silence, you will see that life is no longer fearsome, people are no longer blameworthy, and you yourself are no longer bound by affliction. Then, when the mind is at peace, the scene is at peace. The heart naturally brightens, and you will understand that happiness has never departed. It has only been waiting for you to look again with purer eyes. There is a saying that everyone finds familiar. To get angry is instinct. To master emotion is strength of character. In life, everyone has been angry, has been sad, has acted impulsively, and spoken words that caused others pain. But after the anger, what remains is not satisfaction, but a void in the heart, a regret that is hard to quell. In the moment, we cannot control our emotions. We lose ourselves, lose the peace we have worked so hard to cultivate. The Buddha once taught that anger is like holding a hot coal to throw at another. The first person to be burned is oneself. Therefore, Learning to master our emotions is learning to safeguard the tranquility of our mind, to keep our hearts from being swept away by the fierce wind of ignorance. Human beings are born with instinctual reactions. When hurt, we are prone to be defensive, to fight back. When misunderstood, we want to prove ourselves. When insulted, we want to retaliate. But the more we react, the more we are controlled by our own emotions. It is like a person in a turbulent sea. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Only when we learn to relax, to let go, to watch the waves come and go, can we rise to the surface. To master emotion is just like this. It is not about suppression, not about feigning calmness, but about knowing how to observe, how to pause, how to prevent our minds from being carried away by the fierce waves of anger. Many people ask why we are often more easily angered by our loved ones than by strangers. Out in the world, we can smile in the face of a harsh word. But when we come home, just a careless remark from our spouse or child can easily make us explode. This is because, deep down, we see our loved ones as the safest place to discharge our emotions. We think they will understand. They will forgive. But it is precisely because of this that we unintentionally hurt them the most. Anger is like a fire that burns not only others, but also incinerates love itself. There is a short story in which we can see ourselves reflected. Min, a 35-year-old man, worked as an office employee in a large company. That day, Min was unjustly scolded by his boss for a mistake he did not make. He tried to suppress it, but the flames of anger kept coiling up, choking him. When he returned home that evening, he saw his daughter running around the room, and he snapped at her just because the sound of her laughter irritated him. His wife approached and said in a gentle voice, "You're tired. Let me clean up." But instead of calming down, he flared up, unleashing words that left his wife in silent tears. The house suddenly fell still, like a dark space. His daughter huddled in a corner, looking at her father with fear. Only when the sound of his daughter's choked sobs reached him did Min realize the terrible thing he had just done. He was not angry at his wife and child. He was just venting the anger he had suppressed all day onto the people he loved most. He felt small and guilty. That night, Min sat alone in the darkness. He heard the ticking of the clock, heard the sound of his own heavy breathing. In that silence, he realized that anger is like a great wind. When it blows through, not only do the leaves fall, but the branches also break. The ones who are hurt the most are not others, but those who love us most. From that day on, Min began to practice observing his anger, like a person standing on the riverbank watching the current flow. Whenever he felt anger arise, he did not react immediately. He would pause, take a deep breath in, and exhale slowly. He would tell himself, "This is just an emotion. It will come and it will go. I am not this anger." A month passed. He had changed. His daughter smiled more. His wife spoke more gently. The family returned to its former warmth. He realized that when we know how to restrain our emotions, we are not only saving ourselves, but also saving our loved ones from harm. From Min's story, we understand that silence is not weakness, but strength. In a moment of anger, silence is how we protect ourselves and protect others. Someone once said, "One kind word can warm 3 winter months. One cruel word can chill the heart in June." When we know how to guard our speech and guard our mind, we are choosing peace over pain. Emotions come and go like clouds across the sky. If we know how to pause, the cloud of anger will dissipate, allowing the gentle light of understanding to shine through. The Buddha taught that within each person there are seeds of anger and seeds of compassion. Which one grows depends on what we water every day. If, every time we feel angry, we stop to breathe, to smile, to look deeply into that emotion, we are watering the seeds of understanding and love. But if we allow ourselves to be swept away by anger, we are watering the seeds of hatred. Anger itself is not bad, for it is a natural part of being human. But if we let anger control us, we will lose our mindfulness, lose our peace. When we are angry, our body changes. The heart beats faster, the breath becomes shallow, the mind grows tense. In that state, we cannot speak skillfully, nor can we do wholesome deeds. Therefore, the best way is to temporarily stop. Breathe in deeply. Exhale slowly. Feel the breath pass through your chest. Feel the mind gradually settling. The breath is the anchor that holds us steady in the storm of emotions. When the mind becomes steady, we can see clearly the root of the anger. It is hurt. It is fear. It is an unmet expectation. When we see the cause, the anger dissolves like dew in the sun. To master our emotions is not to extinguish them. We cannot stop the clouds from passing through the sky, but we can prevent the clouds from obscuring our own light. When a negative emotion arises, recognize it. I am angry. Simply by calling the emotion by its true name, it has already lost some of its power. When we become the observer, we are no longer the emotion itself. Just as when we look at a flame, we are no longer being burned by it. In daily life, there are many simple ways to practice nurturing peace. Each morning, before beginning your work, take a few minutes to sit in stillness. Breathe deeply and gently, and silently affirm, "Today, I will keep my mind at peace, no matter how the world may change." When someone says something that makes you uncomfortable, remember that their words are a reflection of their mind, not of your value. When we know how to separate ourselves from the emotions of others, we safeguard our own freedom. Each evening before sleep, think of one thing from the day for which you are grateful. The feeling of gratitude is a healing balm for an agitated mind. When we are grateful, we see that everything becomes lighter. When things feel light, anger no longer has a place to cling. In life, everyone has moments when they misspeak. Everyone has moments when they cannot control themselves. The important thing is not to never be angry, but to know how to return after the anger has passed, to know how to apologize, to know how to embrace the one we have hurt. This, too, is a form of mastering emotion. A person who knows how to admit fault is not weak. They are courageous enough to face themselves, courageous enough to overcome the ego, the source of all anger. Anger is like a dark cloud, unavoidable, but not permanent. If we know how to stand still, it will drift by. If we chase after it, it will obscure the entire sky of our mind. Therefore, when angry, do not be quick to speak. When sad, do not be quick to react. When in pain, do not be quick to blame. All emotions have their cycle. When we allow them to pass through naturally, we keep our own hearts clear. Someone asked, "How can one be free of anger?" The answer is not to try not to be angry, but simply to understand anger. When we understand anger, we are no longer its victim. When we understand the person who makes us angry, we see that they, too, are suffering. When compassion arises, anger dissolves on its own. It is like the sun rising. The darkness vanishes without needing to be chased away. In life, we cannot avoid friction, but we can choose how to respond. A wise person is not one who is never angry, but one who knows how to keep their heart calm amidst the storms. When we are calm, all things naturally become wholesome. Calmness does not mean indifference. It means seeing everything with the light of the understanding. When we understand, we love. When we love, we are no longer angry. There is a small practice that Min did whenever he felt his mind become unsettled. He would sit down, place a hand on his chest, feel his breath, and breathing in, he would say silently, "I know I am angry." Breathing out, he would say, "I am returning to peace." Just like this, for only a few minutes, the heat would gradually dissipate. He practiced smiling, even if it was just a slight smile. That smile was the sign of the return of right mindfulness. He understood that only when the mind is clear can we speak words of loving kindness. Only when the mind is at peace can we keep love from leaving. If each of us knew how to pause for just one beat before reacting, this world would be spared so much suffering. Families would have fewer arguments, and society would have less hatred. A gentle word can resolve a whole day of weariness. A tolerant gaze can make another feel comforted. Mastering our emotions is not a distant goal, but something that can be practiced every day, with every breath. Finally, remember that when we master our emotions, we master our life. The person who knows how to keep their heart calm even in a tempest can still see flowers blooming in their mind. The person who knows how to let go of anger can still hear the sound of stillness within, even in the midst of the bustling marketplace. Practice breathing. Practice smiling. Practice seeing everything with the eyes of love. That is the path of the wise. That is the key that opens the door to a peaceful mind. We cannot control others, but we can control ourselves. We cannot make the storms of life cease, but we can learn to steer our boat in peace. Emotions are the waves. Our mind is the ocean. The waves may rise, but the ocean remains deep. When we understand this, we will no longer be afraid of anger, no longer be swept away by the small fluctuations of life. At that point, we are truly the masters of ourselves, the keepers of a lamp of peace in the dark night of life. May each of us know how to pause in the midst of anger, to breathe in mindfulness, to speak with loving kindness, and to act from a compassionate heart. May each person, wherever they are, whatever they encounter, be able to keep a gentle smile upon their lips, so that peace may bloom in their hearts like a lotus in the mud of life. Someone once asked the Buddha, "How can the mind no longer waver between gain and loss, joy and sorrow, success and failure?" He simply smiled and said, "When joyful, do not be overjoyed. When sad, do not be deeply sad." One short sentence, yet it contains an entire way of life. For in this impermanent realm. All emotions, all fluctuations are but waves on the surface of the water. If we chase after every single wave, we will never see the still depths of our own mind. But if we are willing to sit in stillness and look deeply into the water, we will realize that beneath those ripples lies a clear, bright lake, unclouded by the passage of time. In life, people are often in a hurry to eat, in a hurry to speak, in a hurry to act, in a hurry even in the way they love. We are afraid of being slow, afraid of being left behind, afraid of not keeping up with others. But the more we hurry, the more we lose our peace. It is like a person running in the rain. The more they hurry, the more soaked they become. Life is not a race, but a journey. One who understands the way knows when to stop, when to step back, when to live slowly, in order to have time to look back at oneself. To take a step forward is to enter a turbulent sea. To take a step back is to see the vast sky above. When we know when to stop, we see that everything naturally returns to its own inherent order. Today, many people are weary not because they lack, but because they have too much. Too many expectations, too many worries, too much pressure to be better than others. We chase after fame, after money, after praise, and then we no longer know where we are running to. Every morning, we open our eyes to the sound of an alarm clock and rush into the hurried stream of life. Every evening, we fall asleep in exhaustion. Amidst all this movement, we have forgotten the simplest thing: to be still and listen to the voice of our own hearts. Calmness is not passivity. It is knowing when to stop at the right time. It is knowing that there are things that, if forced, will lead to suffering, and if allowed to slow down, will naturally become wholesome. A spiritual cultivator is not one who separates from the world, but one who knows how to live in the world while still maintaining their peace. When we are calm, we are no longer pulled along by circumstances. When others are agitated, we can still smile. When the waves rise, we do not panic. Calmness is the anchor that keeps the boat of the mind from capsizing in a fierce storm. It is a silent wisdom, unassuming, but with the power to soothe the entire world within us. There is a simple little story that contains the entire philosophy of slowness. Lan was a woman who sold vegetables at the market. Every morning, she would wake before dawn to prepare her vegetables, arrange them on her stall, and wait for customers. Her life, though arduous, was always filled with joy in her heart. One day, The sky grew dark early, and then the rain poured down. The heavy rain flooded the market. Shoppers hurried to find shelter. The entire row of stalls was deserted. Many vendors grew irritable, arguing, complaining to the heavens. Everyone was worried their vegetables would wilt, their goods would be a loss. But Lan was different. She sat calmly, wiped her stall with a cloth, picked up a bundle of rain-soaked greens, and smiled. A friend sitting beside her asked, "Why aren't you worried? With such a heavy rain, your vegetables will be unsold." Lan looked out, her voice as light as the wind. "The rain is also a time for the earth to rest. People are the same. Sometimes we have to slow down to let our hearts be still." Her friend fell silent upon hearing this. The rain was still falling, but within Lan's heart, the sky had already cleared. She understood that no rain lasts forever. Everything has its time. Flowers bloom when there is enough sun. Fruits ripen when enough days have passed. And people mature when they have weathered enough storms in their own hearts. In the afternoon, when the rain subsided, the shoppers returned. The market became crowded, and Lan's vegetables were even fresher for having been washed by the rainwater. People flocked to buy them, and a smile bloomed again on her face. Perhaps it was her very calmness that was the source of energy that made everything around her become gentler. This story, though seemingly small, is a profound reminder. When we are calm, we are not swept away by negativity, not panicked in the face of difficulties. When we know how to wait, opportunities naturally arise. When we know how to step back, happiness naturally finds its way home. Every flower blooms in its own time. No flower that is forced to bloom is still beautiful, and no happiness is born from haste. A person who knows how to live slowly is a person who believes in cause and effect, who knows that every seed needs time to sprout. In the Buddha Dharma, calmness is the foundation of right mindfulness. When the mind is hurried, we cannot see clearly. When the mind is still, wisdom shines. Just as the moon can only cast its reflection on a tranquil water surface. A person who knows how to pause, even for a single breath, is different from one who runs endlessly without knowing their destination. Sometimes, just 1 minute of breathing in deeply, exhaling slowly, and looking back can save us from a hurtful word, from an action that leads to regret. Calmness is a healing energy. It is not loud, but it can resolve many storms within the heart. Today's world is full of noise. The noise of traffic, the noise of the internet, the noise of life. People talk much and listen little. Everyone wants to express themselves. Few are willing to quiet down. We have grown accustomed to speed and forgotten the slow rhythm. But life does not need to be fast, and happiness does not need to be rushed. Like a river, only when the water flows gently is it clear. Like the breath, only when it is steady is it long. Like a lotus blooming, it must have its time to release its fragrance. If we keep forcing everything to go faster, we will lose the natural beauty of life. Sometimes, calmness is also our way of letting go. Letting go of the desire to control, letting go of the need to win, to be right, to be better. When we no longer contend, no longer grasp, we are truly free. Someone once said, "To take a step back is not to lose, but to see a wider sky." The calm person understands that they do not need to be better than anyone else. They only need to be better than the person they were yesterday. Try to observe nature. The sun never hurries to rise. The moon never hurries to be full. All things follow their own rhythm, yet they are never wrong. If human beings learn to follow nature, not forcing themselves, not comparing, they will find life to be as light as a drifting cloud. For the root of all anxiety is comparison. When we look at others and forget to look back at ourselves, we lose our calmness. When we live in accordance with our own rhythm, everything naturally becomes just right. Calmness is not only for times of quiet, but is most important in times of commotion. Amidst the noise, amidst the pressure of work, amidst complex relationships, we can still maintain a space of peace within. Just as in a turbulent sea, there are still deep, calm layers of water. In a strong wind, there is still a tranquil center. If we learn to return to the breath, return to right mindfulness, we will find that space. And in that space, there is no more fear, no more haste. Practice living slowly through the smallest of things. In the morning, when you drink a glass of water, feel the water touch your lips. When walking on the road, feel your footsteps. When listening to someone speak, truly listen without rushing to reply. When angry, pause, breathe in, breathe out. When tired, allow yourself to rest. Not out of laziness, but to replenish your energy. To live slowly does not mean to stop, but to walk in wakefulness. When we walk in mindfulness, every footstep is a meditation. Every breath is the Dharma. Every smile is happiness. In life, there are times when we must choose between chasing the current of the world and returning to our own hearts. Choose peace, or choose winning and losing. Choose to live deeply, or to live quickly. The wise choose stillness, for they know that only when the heart is quiet can the scenery be beautiful. Only when the mind is slow can blessings arrive. Life is like a river. If it flows naturally, the water will find the sea. But if it rushes, the river will run dry midway. If today you are weary from trying too hard, pause for a moment. Place your hand on your heart and listen to its beat. Say to yourself, "It's all right. I can slow down." Trust that everything you desire will come when you are peaceful enough to receive it. Nothing remains bad forever. Nothing remains difficult forever. When our mind no longer resists, all adversity becomes a lesson. When our heart is at peace, time itself becomes gentle. A small practice for a calm mind is the pause meditation. 3 times a day, pause for 1 minute. Do nothing. Just breathe in deeply, exhale, and feel the air pass through your nostrils, into your heart, and out again. In that moment, recognize that you are living. You are present. You are at peace. Gradually, the mind will grow accustomed to this stillness, and when faced with difficulties, that mind will be your firmest support. Finally, remember that calmness is an art. Not everyone can have it immediately, but everyone can learn it. Like water, the deeper it is, the stiller it is. The more a person matures, the more they know how to live slowly. The more they know how to smile in the face of change. For they understand that all things will pass. Joy will pass. Sorrow will pass. Only a peaceful mind remains. Live like Lan, the woman who could still smile in the midst of a storm because she knew that the rain would eventually stop and the sky would eventually clear. Live like a river, flowing at its own pace, not needing to compete with small streams or great oceans. Live like a lotus, growing in the mud, yet still radiating fragrance. Practice calmness so that each day lived is not just a day that passes by, but a day truly lived. May each of us learn to pause amidst the rushing, to slow down amidst the hurrying, to be silent amidst the noise, in order to hear the voice from our own hearts. May each heart learn to dwell in the present moment, to smile at the rain, to be grateful even for the slow days. For it is these things that teach us to live slowly and to love ourselves more. When you live calmly, life naturally becomes gentle. When you live slowly, time naturally becomes tender. And when your mind settles, the world settles with it. Let every breath be a flower of peace. Let every day that passes be a meditation of the soul. For happiness is not far away. It is right here in every calm rhythm of life. The Buddha once taught that patience is the armor of the wise, the boat that carries us across the sea of suffering. In life, we often hear the words patience and forbearance, but few understand deeply that patience is not weakness, nor is it resignation. Patience is wisdom. It is knowing clearly the waves that are rising in one's heart, but not letting oneself be swept away by them. It is knowing that the other person is speaking harsh words, yet still choosing to remain calm in order to preserve harmony. Patience is the art of living for one who has inner strength. Patience is the power of one who understands that in all fluctuations, the most important thing to preserve is a peaceful mind. When we lack patience, we are like a lamp in the wind. Even a small gust can extinguish the light within us. When we have patience, we become a lamp protected by a glass chimney. Though the wind may blow fiercely, the flame remains bright and unwavering. In Buddhism, patience is considered one of the noblest virtues. A person with a patient mind is one who has the ability to transform affliction into wisdom. Patience is not just about keeping calm when insulted, but also about knowing how to listen, how to understand, how to let go of what is unnecessary. Patience is knowing when to stop before one's words hurt another, before one's actions create new karma. In this life, all of us are at times tested by bitter words, by things that go against our wishes. When insulted, we want to react, to retaliate, to argue our point. But the more we speak, the more we act, the more tangled our mind becomes. That is when patience becomes the key. With one patient word, the winds calm and the waves settle. With one step back, the sky is vast and the sea is wide. The one who is patient is not so because of fear or subservience, but because they understand that reacting in a moment of anger only leads to more suffering. The patient person is one who is the master of themselves, who places their own peace above petty wins and losses. Someone asked, "How long should one be patient? When is patience enough?" The answer is, be patient until the heart no longer feels the need to be patient. At that point, one is truly at peace. When the heart still feels resentful, still feels wronged, it means one has not yet truly been patient. True patience is not gritting one's teeth to endure. It is letting go of the desire to win or lose in order to return to the inherent tranquility of the mind. Patience is one of the most difficult lessons in human life, but it is also the most beautiful. For only when we are truly patient can we understand the hearts of others. Can we touch upon forbearance, like water, which is soft, yet can wear away the hardest stone, like the earth, which is silent, yet nurtures all things. That which is soft, that which is silent, that which knows patience, it turns out to be the strongest of all. Long ago, a Zen master taught his disciple, to learn the way, you must first learn patience. The disciple asked, "What if another person scolds and insults me?" The Zen master replied, "If you are scolded and become angry, you are being pulled down by them to a lower level. If you are scolded and you smile, you are already standing higher." Whether a spiritual practitioner or a person living in the world, we all need patience, just as we need air to breathe, for life is full of friction. Without patience, we are easily hurt, and also easily hurt others. With patience, we can safeguard our mind, safeguard our heart, and safeguard our peace while living in this world. The story of Mrs. Hua and her hot-tempered daughter-in-law is a testament to this. Mrs. Hua was a retired woman who lived with her son and his wife in a small house in the suburbs. She was a gentle person who loved her children and grandchildren dearly. But Thao, her daughter-in-law, was hot-tempered and outspoken, sometimes impulsive. Whenever things did not go her way, Thao was ready to argue with her mother-in-law. The neighbors often heard the sound of quarrels from the small house, and then they would see Mrs. Hua silently sitting and preparing vegetables, her eyes gazing into the distance. Some felt sorry for her. Others blamed her. "You are too gentle, so your daughter-in-law walks all over you." But she would just smile faintly and say, "She is still young and doesn't fully understand people's hearts. If I am a little patient, the house will be peaceful." It sounds simple, but anyone who has been a mother or a daughter-in-law knows how difficult it is to maintain patience in that relationship. Once, Thao spilled a bowl of hot soup on the table and snapped, "Mother, don't meddle in my kitchen affairs anymore." The whole house fell silent. Mrs. Hua just quietly wiped the table and said, "It's all right, dear. I can wipe it up." Then she went back to her room without another word. But that night, as Thao sat in her room, her mother-in-law quietly placed a bowl of ginger porridge by the door and said softly, "It's raining. Have some of this, dear, to warm you up." Thao did not reply, only watched her mother-in-law's figure disappear behind the curtain. A few days later, Thao came down with a high fever. All day long, Mrs. Hua cared for her without leaving her side, wiping her forehead, cooking porridge, and arranging her pillows. When Thao awoke, she saw her mother-in-law sleeping slumped over in a chair beside the bed. Tears streamed down her face. She took her mother-in-law's hand and said in a choked voice, "I'm sorry, Mother." Mrs. Hua just smiled gently. "It's all right, dear. Anger comes and goes. The important thing is that we still love each other." From that day on, there were no more sounds of quarreling in the small house. Whenever Thao's temper was about to flare, she would remember the image of Mrs. Hua sitting quietly beside her, her gaze as gentle as water. Her mother-in-law's patience had dissolved her anger, transforming resentment into love, turning conflict into understanding. For within the silence of a patient person lies both wisdom and love. In life, we meet many people like Thao, quick-tempered, easily angered, prone to react. But few realize that every bout of anger is a fire that burns both the angry person and the object of their anger. A patient person, like Mrs. Hua, is one who keeps water in their heart to extinguish that flame. When we are patient, we are not weaker. We are stronger than our own anger. When we are silent, we have not lost. We are winning against our own mind of hatred. Patience does not mean being silent in all circumstances. Sometimes it is necessary to speak, but to speak with a compassionate heart. Sometimes it is necessary to act, but to act with a wholesome mind. Patience does not mean not reacting, but reacting with wisdom. For the wise person knows that all things are impermanent. Every anger will pass. Every word will fade. If we hold on to them, we only weigh down our own hearts. In meditation, there is a very simple exercise for cultivating a patient mind. When anger arises, simply stop. Take 3 deep breaths, exhaling very slowly. During that time, do not speak, do not think. Just observe the breath as it enters and leaves. When the breath is calm, the mind is also calm. When the mind is calm, the words that follow are naturally gentle. Someone who tried this said, "With just 3 breaths, I no longer wanted to argue." Breathing in, we recognize that anger is present. Breathing out, we smile at it. It is like a gentle mother looking at her crying child. She does not scold, but simply holds the child in her arms. Anger is also a child within us. It needs to be understood, not punished. When we understand it, it dissolves on its own. This is true patience. If each of us learned the virtue of patience, this world would be much more peaceful. Families would have fewer quarrels. Friends would have fewer misunderstandings. And society would have less conflict. For patience is the root of compassion, the foundation of peace. The patient person does not react hastily, does not let a fleeting emotion destroy something precious and long-lasting. Patience helps us preserve our wholesome connections, preserve our merits, and preserve our mind. A person without patience, no matter how intelligent or talented, is prone to failure because they cannot master themselves. Let us try to look back at our own lives. How many times have we spoken a word and then regretted it? How many times has our quick temper hurt someone we love? How many times, just for the lack of a little patience, have we lost our peace? Whenever that happens, remember the Buddha's teaching. Patience is the supreme virtue, the foundation of the way. Patience is the light that helps us not to get lost in the darkness of hatred. Patience is the lamp that illuminates the long night of affliction. Patience is the path that leads to wisdom and liberation. The one who is patient is one who knows how to love with understanding, not with reaction. The one who is patient is one who can maintain peace while living in the world. Each time you feel irritated, try to pause, breathe deeply, and smile. Tell yourself, I am learning patience. It doesn't need to be perfect, just a little bit each day. Be patient with people, patient with events, and especially be patient with yourself. For sometimes we also need to forgive ourselves for our mistakes, for our immaturity. When we know how to be patient with ourselves, we will find it easy to be patient with others. When you have gone through a tiring day, when your heart is full of disagreeable matters, try to sit in stillness. Listen to the sound of the wind. Watch a flower petal tremble gently. And ask yourself, is this worth losing my peace over? Most of the time, the answer will be no. For there is nothing worth trading for our tranquility. Patience is not for the benefit of others. It is so that we may preserve peace for ourselves. The one who is patient will not be overcome by circumstances, for they know that everything has its time, and every storm will eventually pass. When we can let go of anger, we will feel our hearts become light. When we know patience, we find life to be gentler. And when the mind is gentle, everything can be resolved. Just like Mrs. Hua, who needed no moral teachings, no arguments of winning or losing, just a patient heart was enough to melt away so much anger and resentment. Therefore, let us learn patience as a spiritual practice, not only in the meditation hall, but in every meal, every word, every glance. When you encounter something disagreeable, remember the saying, "With one patient word, the winds calm and the waves settle." When your heart is agitated, recite in your mind, "Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa." That recitation is like a cool stream that soothes the fire in your heart. Then you will find your mind become brighter, calmer, and lighter. I send you this blessing. May you have enough patience to maintain your peace in times of storm, enough wisdom not to be swept away by gossip and strife, enough compassion to love even those things that are not as you wish. For only when we know patience are we truly free. And in that freedom, our hearts will be as light as a cloud, as water, as the wind through the forest, unattached, unclouded, with only a silent brightness remaining, like the true suchness nature of our own mind. There is an ancient teaching of the Buddha. The mind is like water. When still, it is clear. When agitated, it is murky. The world is born from the mind itself. Suffering and happiness are both created by the mind. If we look deeply into this saying, we will see a simple yet wondrous truth. This life is not as complicated as we think. It is only because our mind has too many ripples that the lake of life has become turbid. If one day we learn to live simply, learn to let go of the unnecessary, we will realize that peace is not to be found in some far-off place, but right here in the way we live each day, each hour, each breath. Some say that to live simply is to live with little, to live in poverty, to renounce material possessions. But in truth, simplicity in the way is a lightness in the mind, not being bound by gain and loss, winning and losing. To live simply does not mean we do nothing at all, but that we act with a still mind, a clear mind. The person who lives simply is one who knows clearly what is truly necessary for them and what is an illusion. That person is like a stream flowing through a deep forest, crystal clear, not noisy, not ostentatious, but cool and nourishing to all things. Have you noticed? When we were children, joy came very easily. A piece of candy, a rain shower, a kite was enough for an entire afternoon. But as we grow up, that joy gradually disappears. It is not because life has become more complex, but because our hearts have become more complex. The older we grow, the more we fill ourselves with the salt of worry, envy, and fear. And then, just one small spoonful of salt is enough to make the glass of our soul turn briny. If the glass of water is small, the salt makes the water bitter. But if our mind is like a vast lake, any salt that falls in will dissolve, its saltiness no longer discernible. In the same way, when we expand the capacity of our mind, sad stories become light, difficult matters become less heavy. The vaster the mind, the lighter the life. The smaller the mind, the more a small matter becomes an affliction. Faced with the same event, a person of wisdom sees a lesson. A stubborn person sees only suffering. Therefore, the difference lies not in what we encounter, but in how we face and contain it. In Buddhism, there is a very beautiful word, santuti, contentment, knowing what is enough. The one who knows what is enough is not one who has little, but one who feels no lack in their heart. There are those with large houses and fancy cars whose hearts are still empty, still craving more. There are those with only a small porch and a meal of vegetables whose hearts are full and warm. Knowing what is enough is the foundation of happiness. For when we know how to stop and be satisfied with the present, we are no longer dragged along by craving, no longer weary from comparison. Try this just once on a busy day. Stop. Take a deep breath. Look up at the sky. The clouds are still drifting. The sun still casts its gold upon the leaves. The wind still brushes lightly through your hair. This world is inherently beautiful. It is only that we have forgotten that beauty in the whirlwind of must-haves and must-be-betters. Each time we compare, the mind shrinks a little. Each time we compete to win, the heart loses another piece of its tranquility. The more we want to grasp, the more we lose the simple things that are most precious. There is a little story, like a cool breeze on a sultry afternoon, about two neighbors, Mr. Tin and Mr. Lum. The story seems simple, yet it holds a profound lesson about simplicity in the heart. Mr. Tin and Mr. Lum had lived next to each other for over 10 years. They had always been amicable, but one day the starfruit tree between their two houses grew too large, its branches extending over into the other's yard. Mr. Lum found that many leaves were falling, and he was annoyed at having to sweep them up constantly. One morning, he went over to Mr. Tin's house and said in a harsh tone, "Look here, it's your tree, but the leaves are all over my yard. How can this be? If you don't cut it, I'll chop it down myself." Mr. Tin looked over and smiled gently. "Ah, this old starfruit tree. All right, I'll cut the part on my side. Don't you worry about it." The next day, Mr. Tin truly did cut the branches on his side of the yard. The patch of shade was gone, and the sun now shone brightly on a corner of his porch. But he remained silent, still offering a gentle smile whenever they met. A few days later, Mr. Lum felt uneasy in his heart. The starfruit tree now looked bare and lopsided, and he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. One afternoon, he picked some ripe starfruit, brought them over to Mr. Tin's house, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I was too hot-headed the other day. There's a lot of fruit on my side. Please, you and your wife, pick some to enjoy." Mr. Tin smiled. "It's nothing at all. To have a starfruit tree in the yard is a blessing. Please take good care of it." With just one word of concession, one smile, all the tension dissolved. A small matter, if clung to, becomes an affliction. If not clung to, it is just a passing breeze. When our minds no longer hold on to the thorns of words, of pride, then life will no longer have so many storms. Mr. Tin may have lost a little shade, but he kept the peace in his heart. Mr. Lum may have felt shame, but from it he learned a great lesson about simplicity. The starfruit tree still stood there, still blossomed, still bore fruit. Only the hearts of men had changed. This story reminds us of a teaching in the scriptures. No one can make us suffer. Only our own minds make us suffer. When we learn to live simply, we are no longer swept away by trivial things. It is like a person walking through a crowded market. Their ears hear the noise, but their mind does not waver. Simplicity is when we can look at a matter without judging, hear a word without reacting. Simplicity is when we feel our heart is as vast as the sky, with enough room for both dark clouds and golden sunshine. But to live simply is not easy, for society always teaches us to accumulate, always urges us to be more. We compare our jobs, our families, our appearances, and gradually lose the stillness in our minds. We are afraid of falling behind, afraid of being inferior, so we keep running. And the more we run, the farther we get from our true selves. Sometimes we need to stop and ask our hearts one question: what do I truly need? A large house can shelter us from the rain and sun, but it cannot shelter us from loneliness. A luxury car can go faster, but it cannot bring us closer to happiness. A bank account full of money can buy comforts, but it cannot buy peace. In the end, what we need most is still a peaceful soul, a sleep free from nightmares, a smile without calculation. Simplicity is an art, the art of a mind that knows what is enough, knows how to let go, and knows gratitude. The person who lives simply knows how to cherish a meal of boiled vegetables, finds happiness in an afternoon with loved ones, hears joy in the bird song at the end of the lane. They do not need to show off, for they know that all things are impermanent. When a season comes, it comes. When a flower fades, it fades. There is no forcing it. It is this yielding to nature that makes their hearts as light as a cloud. If your mind is weary, try practicing one small thing. Every morning when you open your eyes, do not rush to look at your phone. Breathe deeply. Feel the breath enter and leave. Smile and say silently, "Today, I choose to live simply." When you eat, just eat. When you walk, just walk. When you speak, just speak. Do not do many things at once. Do not let the mind be scattered. Return to the present moment, where you and the miracle of life are unfolding. If you feel anxious, write down 3 things you are grateful for in the day. It could be someone who smiled at you, a cool breeze, or simply that you are still able to breathe. When we are grateful, we feel we have enough. When we feel we have enough, we will no longer suffer. Simplicity begins with gratitude. A grateful person is never in want. And when you find your mind in turmoil, go to a quiet place. Look at the sky, look at the earth, watch the river flow, and learn from the river. It holds on to nothing. It just flows, just moves on, yet remains clear. Look at a flower blooming, and learn from the flower. It lives fully in the moment, then fades in silence, without regret. Everything teaches us about simplicity, if only we are willing to listen. When the mind is simple, we see that life becomes vast. Every person, every event is a lesson. The one who speaks harsh words teaches us patience. The one who betrays us teaches us to let go. The one who helps us teaches us gratitude. Each time we learn something, the mind grows a little larger. Its capacity to hold increases, and suffering diminishes. The vaster the mind, the lighter the life. This is not just a philosophy. It is a truth experienced through every breath of a person who knows how to live in wakefulness. In the quiet evenings, you can sit in stillness and listen to the sound of a meditation bell. That sound is not just the ringing of metal. It is a reminder. Return to your true self. When the mind returns, you will realize that you do not need much. A cup of warm tea, a small, quiet corner, a deep breath. That is enough for happiness. all those things out there are merely temporary. What truly nourishes you is the purity in your mind. Do you know that the lotus blooms only when the mud has settled? The human mind is the same. When afflictions settle, when greed, anger, and delusion dissipate, the flower of peace will bloom. Simplicity is the way to help the mud settle. Each time you let go of a calculation, let go of a fixed idea, your mind becomes a little brighter. And when your mind is bright enough, you will see that life is no longer suffering, but only gentle lessons. I send you this blessing. May you know what is enough, even if life is not yet enough. May you find joy, even if conditions are not yet perfect. May you keep a simple heart amidst a world full of complexity. For when you live simply, you not only lighten your own heart, but also soothe the world around you. Like a lamp in the night, it need not be large, only bright. That small light is enough to illuminate the path for the mind to return home. And when the mind has returned home, tranquility will find its own way to you, like a flower blooming in the early morning after a long, still night. There is a teaching of the Buddha. Be a lamp unto yourselves. Rely on yourselves, and do not rely on anyone else. This teaching rings out like a bell in the dark night of lonely days, reminding us that in the storm of life, the only thing that is not swept away is the inner strength of our own mind. No one can save us from suffering if we have not first opened our own hearts to step out of it. Amidst the countless fierce winds, everyone has at some point wished for a hand to pull them up. But sometimes that hand is our own. When we learn to comfort ourselves, to embrace ourselves, to wipe away our own tears, that is when the greatest strength is born. In this human life, who has not gone through storms? Some have suffered loss, some have been lonely, some have been betrayed, some have stumbled on the path of life. But what makes a person fall is not the suffering itself, but the despair. Everyone has suffering. But the one who knows how to stand up after the storm is the one who has truly matured. The Buddha taught that no one bathes twice in the same river. The water keeps flowing, time keeps passing, and every sorrow will eventually pass. As long as we do not fall, the sky will brighten again. There are days when we feel our heart is like an old house after a storm, the windows broken, the roof leaking, everything in ruins. We sit amidst the wreckage and ask ourselves why things have come to this. But it is in precisely those moments that we realize, if we do not start to rebuild, no one will do it for us. No one can live our life for us, suffer in our place, or love on our behalf. All that is left is the breath, the heart, and the strength from within. Amidst the storms of life, the most important thing is not to avoid the wind, but to learn how to stand firm. Like the pine tree on the mountaintop, the stronger the wind, the deeper its roots. The person who knows how to comfort themselves is the same. The more challenges they overcome, the stronger their mind becomes, and the more they understand the value of peace. Someone might say, "I am so lonely. No one understands me." But my friend, if there were someone who could understand all of our pain, they would no longer be an ordinary person. Every human being has limits to their empathy. Therefore, instead of hoping for others to understand, let us practice understanding ourselves. Let me tell you a little story about Ms. Han and her small coffee shop. Ms. Han was 40 years old that year. Her 15-year marriage had fallen apart. After enduring much, she took her young daughter and left the house that had once been filled with laughter. In the beginning, Han was almost completely lost. She didn't want to eat, didn't want to speak. Tears would fall as she watched her daughter sleep. She thought of leaving everything behind, of going far away where no one would know her. But then, one rainy afternoon, as she watched her little girl holding her mother's old shirt and saying softly, "Don't be sad anymore, Mommy. I love you," Han was jolted awake. She thought, "If I fall, who will my child lean on? If I don't stand up, she will grow up in darkness." She took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and decided to start again. With the little money she had, she rented a small house near the market and opened a coffee shop. She named the shop Bin Min, which means dawn, because she believed that after every long night, the dawn would always return. On the first day she opened, there were only a few customers. Han brewed the coffee, wiped the tables, and played soft music. On rainy days when the shop was empty, she would sit and watch the raindrops fall outside the porch, listen to the sound of the wind, and feel the emptiness in her heart. But she did not allow herself to fall. Every morning, she would wake up early and prepare everything carefully. Gradually, regular customers began to come, drawn by the fragrant coffee and the gentle smile of the owner. Some came to drink coffee, some came to hear her tell stories, and some just sat quietly, listening to the music and breathing. A year passed. The Bin Min coffee shop had become a familiar place for many people. Han's daughter had also grown up, happy and doing well in school. Every evening, mother and daughter would sit together, talk about their day, and then turn on a small lamp to read. Someone asked her, "How can you be so strong?" She just smiled. "I have cried. I have been weak. But then I realized that no one can save you better than yourself. If you don't love yourself, who will?" The story of Ms. Han is not dramatic, not sensational, but it makes us realize a simple thing. True strength lies not in never having fallen, but in having the courage to stand up again after a fall. When we know how to comfort ourselves, we do not need anyone's recognition. We do not need anyone's support. For it is in that very moment of weakness that we find a version of ourselves that is more steadfast than ever before. This life is never without its storms. Some lose their jobs, some lose loved ones, some lose faith. But just like the seasons, the storm will pass, and the sun will return. What is needed is that we do not let go of our own hand midway. When you feel exhausted, try placing your hand on your chest. Feel your heartbeat. It is still beating, which means you still have a chance. Breathe more slowly. Don't think about tomorrow. Just get through today. Then, tomorrow, you will have a little more light. In Buddhism, this is called self-liberation, which means to save oneself, to bring oneself across the shore of delusion. For no matter how many people love you, how many people help you, these are all temporary conditions. In the end, the path to liberation can only be walked by ourselves. There are times we are lonely, but that loneliness is not a punishment. It is an opportunity to return to our true selves, to listen to the voice of our own hearts. It is only when there is no one beside us that we see clearly the value of our inner world. And if we can manage a smile in the dark night, then there is nothing left to fear. To comfort oneself is not to deceive oneself. It is to know how to embrace oneself with a compassionate heart. It is when you look in the mirror, see a tired face, but still say, "It's all right. It will be okay." It is when you fail, but you do not blame, only learn from the experience. It is when you are hurt, but you do not hate, only learn to let go. The person who knows how to comfort themselves is one who understands that all suffering is temporary, that all darkness must eventually give way to light. You can practice this whenever you feel sad. Find a quiet place. Sit down and breathe in deeply. As you breathe out, imagine you are letting go of your fears, of the words that hurt you, of the old images that are no longer needed. As you breathe in, think of something for which you are grateful. It could be the sunlight this morning, or someone who smiled at you. Say silently, "I am strong enough. I am still on the right path." Just by doing this, you have already begun to heal yourself. Remember, no one understands loneliness like someone who has walked through the dark night. But it is precisely that person who has walked through the dark night who knows best the value of the dawn. If you are sad today, trust that this sadness will also pass. If you are lonely today, trust that you still have yourself. You are not empty. You have just temporarily forgotten the brightness within. Life is a long journey. On that journey, we meet people who come and go. We encounter joy and sorrow. We experience all the flavors of life. But there is one thing that does not change. Our inner self always has the capacity to be reborn. No matter how great the storm, no matter how strong the wind, the wholesome seed within us remains. It needs only a small ray of light, and it will sprout. A monk once said, "When a person is suffering, do not rush to find someone else. Sit in stillness and look deeply into that suffering. Within suffering, there is the seed of wisdom. Each time we are in pain, we are given an opportunity to grow. Each time we lose something, we understand more the value of what remains. This is how life teaches us to live, to love, to stand up without resentment. Do not be afraid of loneliness, for in loneliness you will hear your own voice. Do not be afraid of failure, for in failure you will see clearly the path that is truly meant for you. And do not be afraid of storms, for storms help us realize we are stronger than we think. When we have learned to comfort ourselves, we no longer need to seek recognition. We do not wait for praise to feel happy. We do not need to be consoled to feel at peace. Our heart is like a deep lake. Though the wind may blow, the water within remains still. When people come, we smile and welcome them. When people leave, we smile and see them off. For we understand that all is but karmic connection. We meet, and then we part. We part, and then we meet again. What is truly important is whether the mind is steadfast. If one day you see everything around you collapsing, remember that the sky has never collapsed. The clouds may be thick, but the sun is still there. So it is with happiness. It is still present, just temporarily obscured by suffering. Trust that as long as you don't give up, that light will once again illuminate the path you walk. If you have shed tears, let those tears wash away the sadness. If you have fallen, let that fall teach you how to stand more firmly. Smile, even if you have no reason to. For as long as you keep walking forward, you have already won. Amidst the storms of life, Be your own lamp. A small lamp, but enough to light your footsteps. And who knows, perhaps that light will also illuminate the way for another who is lost, just as you once were. Most people in this world suffer because they try to force things that do not belong to them. But the one who understands the way simply smiles and says, according to conditions. This teaching of the Buddha sounds simple, but how many of us are mindful enough to fully understand these two words? Tui duyen, according to conditions. According to conditions is not resignation, not passivity, and certainly not living superficially. According to conditions is an art of the peaceful mind, a way for us to live lightly amidst the turbulent currents of life. When one understands this principle, one no longer tries to hold on to anything too tightly, no longer fears loss, nor becomes overly joyful in gain. They simply live fully in this moment, like a flower that blooms and then withers, like the wind that comes and then goes, like the breath that flows in and out naturally, without forcing, without pushing, without pulling. The ancients had a saying, "Those with karmic connection will meet. When the karmic connection ends, they will part." Human life is but a series of karmic connections that come and go, that gather and disperse. Some people come to teach us a lesson. Some people leave to give us back our freedom. Before understanding according to conditions, we resent why life is unfair, why people leave, why our hearts feel so empty. But when the mind has brightened, we simply smile. For we know that everything that comes to us, whether joyful or sad, is a necessary condition for the journey of our mind's maturation. Between people, there can be closeness. There can be distance. It is enough to maintain a wholesome heart. For sometimes, not everyone who leaves is a loss, and not everyone who stays is a favorable connection. What remains after everything is a wholesome heart, a compassionate spirit, a tolerant gaze for one another in every moment we have met. Try looking at a river. The water flows from its source, passing over countless rocks, through countless winding bends. The river does not ask why the rocks obstruct it, does not resent why the waves crash. It simply continues to flow, soft yet powerful. The river understands that as long as it flows, it will find the sea. So it is with the person who lives according to conditions. They do not cling. They do not force. They simply live in accordance with the flow of cause and effect. And they will eventually arrive at a place of peace. In Buddhism, according to conditions is a state of mind. When the causes and conditions are sufficient, the result will arise. When the causes and conditions disperse, the result will also disperse. One can only sow wholesome seeds. As for the fruit, one receives it according to conditions. According to conditions does not mean indifference. It means understanding the laws of life. One does one's best, and then lets go of the rest, entrusting it to the workings of the universe. Someone asked, "If I live according to conditions, do I still need to make an effort?" The answer is yes, but one makes an effort with a peaceful mind, not with stubborn attachment. One works with all one's heart, but without demanding that the outcome be exactly as one wishes. One loves with all one's heart, but without binding the other person to stay forever. One gives with all one's heart, but without demanding anything in return. That is truly living according to conditions. It is to act without being trapped in the acting. It is to love without being caught in the attachment of loving. The person who knows how to live according to conditions is one who knows how to smile in the face of change. They see life as waves lapping the shore. Each wave has its own shape, but all return to the great ocean. They know that everything that happens has a profound reason that the worldly eye has not yet seen. When a door closes, it is because the karmic connection of that door has ended. When a person leaves, it is because they have completed their role in our life. Sometimes, leaving is also a way for a connection to be complete. The story of Mrs. Thu, the flower seller on the street, is a beautiful testament to this spirit of living according to conditions. In the past, Mrs. Thu had a small flower shop at a street corner. That shop was her entire pride. Every day, she would wake up early, go to the flower market, and select each bundle of chrysanthemums, each stalk of lily, each lotus blossom. Anyone who passed by would see her smile, a smile as gentle as the morning sun. But then a calamity struck. Her husband fell gravely ill. Their savings dwindled, and the shop had to be sold to pay off debts. All that was left was an old pushcart and her own thin hands. From then on, she pushed her flower cart through the streets. On sunny days, she would wear a conical hat, pushing the cart and humming softly. On rainy days, she would huddle under the eaves of a house, wiping each raindrop from the flower petals. Someone asked her if she was sad, going from being a shop owner to a street vendor. She just smiled. What is the use of being sad? As long as there are flowers, as long as there is connection, as long as I am alive, that is joy. Her words were light, yet profound. For in her heart the flowers were still blooming, and her mind was still bright. She understood that all things have their causes and conditions. There are times of prosperity and times of decline, times of gain and times of loss. All are but challenges to see if one's heart can remain at peace amidst change. One morning, a familiar customer came to find her. He had been an old customer and was very fond of her. Seeing her still selling flowers every day, still with a bright smile on her face, despite her simple life, he was deeply moved. He helped her open a small stall at the market again. She just smiled gently. When conditions come, I just follow them. From then on, she once again had a place to shelter from the sun and rain, a place to arrange her flowers neatly as before. But what was different was that her heart was lighter. She no longer worried about loss, no longer feared suffering. Every morning, she would still say, "Any day that I can still see the flowers bloom, still smile at a customer, that is a beautiful day." The story of Mrs. Thu seems small, but it contains a great lesson. Life can take many things from us: our homes, our money, our status. But if it cannot take away the peaceful smile in our hearts, then we still have everything. She did not resent, did not complain, did not blame. She simply followed the conditions, letting life lead her where it may, while her mind remained steadfast. That is, according to conditions. The art of letting go of all attachments while still holding on to the light within. Living according to conditions does not make us weak. On the contrary, it is the soft power of one who understands the way. For only when the mind is strong enough can we let things happen as they are. The weak are afraid of loss. The strong dare to let go. And the wise know that nothing is ever truly lost. For all things are merely changing form in the endless stream of causes and conditions, like a flower that blooms and then withers, but its seeds are sown anew, like the wind that blows by and seems to vanish, but cools the entire sky. In the same way, a wholesome seed sown today may not show its fruit immediately, but it will blossom under another set of conditions. According to conditions is understanding that we cannot control when the flower will bloom. We can only tend the soil, water the plant, and trust in the natural laws of life. In life, so many things cause us to suffer because we do not yet understand this principle. We want others to love us, to understand us, to stay with us forever. We want our work to be successful, our life to be as we wish. But life is inherently impermanent. The more tightly we grasp, the more it hurts. The more we try to hold on, the more we lose. When we begin to practice living according to conditions, it means we are beginning to trust in the flow of the universe, trusting that everything that comes has a reason, and everything that leaves has its karmic connection. When the mind does not resist, the heart naturally finds peace. A simple way to practice is to begin with the breath. Whenever you feel something weighing heavily on your heart, pause. Take a deep breath in, and then exhale very slowly. Breathing in, we know we are still alive. Breathing out, we know we are letting go. Each breath is an act of letting go. Letting go of worry, letting go of anger, letting go of craving. When the breath is fully exhaled, the heart is empty, yet light. It is in that emptiness that living according to conditions is born. For only when we no longer want anything can we realize that everything is already enough. If you wish to practice more deeply, try writing down 3 things you are grateful for each day. It could be a glass of warm water in the morning, a word of concern, a flower by the roadside. When the mind is grateful, it automatically lets go of what is not to its liking. Gratitude is a form of living according to conditions, for the grateful person always sees that whatever comes is a blessing, and whatever goes is a lesson. Sometimes we cannot change our circumstances, but we can change the way we look at them. When faced with adverse conditions, do not ask, "Why me?" but ask, "What is this condition trying to teach me?" When one door closes, smile. For who knows, perhaps that door closed so that another path could open. The person who lives according to conditions always has bright eyes, seeing opportunity in loss, seeing peace in fluctuation. We may not be able to choose who comes and who goes, but we can choose how to treat them. By maintaining a wholesome and kind heart, without resentment, without blame. When people stay, cherish them. When people leave, see them off with a smile. For we understand that when the connection is there, we meet. When the connection ends, we part. What is important is not who is by our side, but whether our mind remains clear when they are gone. Some people spend their whole lives chasing happiness, but the more they chase, the farther it gets. But the person who lives according to conditions simply sits in stillness, and happiness comes on its own. For they do not set conditions for happiness. They do not need to have this or achieve that in order to be happy. They are happy because they are alive, because they can breathe, because they can see the world bloom. They know that happiness is not outside, but in a mind that knows what is enough. A person who lives according to conditions is like a lotus growing in the mud. It does not resent the mud, nor does it get stuck in the mud. It simply rises up quietly to bloom and spread its fragrance. Whether someone admires it or criticizes it, the flower still blooms as itself. In the same way, the person who understands according to conditions lives in the midst of the world, not letting the world pull them along, nor trying to escape the world. They live in the marketplace, but their mind is as if in a meditation hall. To live according to conditions, we need to have deep faith in cause and effect. We must believe that everything has a cause, and that whatever comes to us today is the result of seeds sown in the past. When we believe in cause and effect, we do not resent anyone, do not blame the world, for we understand that everything is but a reflection of ourselves. And if we want a different future, we need only sow wholesome seeds today, and then receive the fruits according to conditions. If today you are sad because someone is no longer by your side, relax your heart. Perhaps they came to teach you how to love in the right way. If today you have failed at work, see it as an opportunity to relearn humility. If today you feel lost, stop. Breathe. Then ask your heart, what truly brings me peace? That answer will bring you back to yourself. The person who lives according to conditions is not bound by the past, nor are they haunted by the future. They live fully in this very moment, for they understand that this moment is the cause for countless other conditions. When the mind is at peace in the present, all things will naturally be favorable. When the mind is in turmoil, even with 100 plans, the result will still be a mess. Each morning, try to look at the sky, the clouds, the people passing by. All are operating according to conditions. The clouds drift, the wind blows, the birds sing, the leaves fall. No one forces them. Life is inherently like this, complete in its very impermanence. When we see this, our hearts naturally become serene. We no longer want to hold on, nor do we want to discard. We just live quietly and smile. Remember, living according to conditions is not about abandoning everything, but about letting go of attachment. We still work, still love, still make an effort, but we are not bound by the outcome. We still live in the midst of the world, but our mind is as if standing outside the storm. That is the realm of freedom. Like Mrs. Thu selling flowers on the street, every morning she would arrange her flowers in a vase, neatly organize each bundle, and then sit and smile. If a passerby praised the flowers, she would nod. If someone complained they were expensive, she would also nod. No arguing, no debating. She would just say, "The flowers bloom, and then they will wither. If you like them, you can buy them. If you don't, you can just look at them. As long as my heart is happy, that is enough." Perhaps that is why her flowers were always fresh, and the flower seller always looked younger than her age. For the one who is at peace, time cannot touch them. One afternoon, a university student buying flowers from her asked, "Ma'am, why are you always smiling?" She replied, "I smile to see that I still have a connection with life." The student fell silent, and then smiled along with her. Perhaps only one who has gone through loss but can still keep a smile can fully understand the meaning of according to conditions. Let your life also be that light. Do not try to force everything to go your way. For when we stop forcing, everything becomes harmonious. When we let go, life naturally opens up. According to conditions is to live like water, soft, flexible, non-resistant. When it meets a rock, it flows around it. When it meets a slope, it flows strongly. When it meets a plain, it flows quietly. Water does not choose its path, but it always reaches the sea. And then, when the mind has learned to live according to conditions, we will see that everything in life is a gift. The person who hurts us helps us learn forbearance. The person who leaves teaches us about impermanence. Suffering helps us see the attachments still in our heart. Both joy and sorrow are our teachers. When we understand this, what is there left to resent? What is there left to fear? We can only smile, breathe gently, and live. Let everything come and go as naturally as the breath. When you breathe in, receive what life brings. When you breathe out, return to life what you no longer need to hold. Just like that, the mind expands, and the heart becomes light. One can then walk freely through this endless life. Let go in order to live according to conditions. Live according to conditions in order to find peace. Find peace in order to return to your true self. For in the end, what we have been searching for all along has always been right here, in this very mind. The Buddha taught that the wise do not contend, do not seek to win or lose, for they know that to conquer others is not as great as to conquer oneself. This saying is like a cool breeze on a hot day. It sounds simple, but if we listen deeply, we will see that within it lies an entire ocean of wisdom. For between a clever person and a wise person, the only difference is the single word, letting go. Yet it is that very word that determines the peace of an entire lifetime. A clever person knows how to grasp, how to calculate, how to turn a situation to their advantage to get what they want. They are quick, sharp, and can see opportunities in every moment. But a wise person is different. They not only know how to grasp, but also know when to let go at the right time. They do not chase after winning and losing. They do not let the ego control their every action. A wise person knows that what is important is not how much one gains, but how much peace one can maintain in the heart. In life, we meet many clever people. They excel in their studies, are skilled at their work, speak articulately, and always have reasons to defend their point of view. But sometimes it is precisely because they are too clever that they find it hard to be happy. For the clever person often thinks too much, worries too much, and fears loss too much. The wise person, on the other hand, seems slower, speaks less. But in their hearts, they are as tranquil as a lake in the early morning. They do not need to prove anything, do not need to win, do not need to be better than anyone. They only need to understand themselves, and that is enough. The clever person lives with their head. The wise person lives with their heart. The clever person is always seeking answers. The wise person knows to be silent in order to listen. When the mind is full of the noise of reasoning and debate, wisdom cannot yet manifest. It is like a water surface that is stirred. It cannot reflect the moonlight. Only when the water is still does the moon appear. Only when the mind is tranquil can wisdom arise. The story of the full cup of water tells of a young engineer named Lak Kwan. He was intelligent, a good student, a graduate of a prestigious university with a stable job, and was always respected by his colleagues. But the more skilled he became, the more arrogant he grew. In every conversation, he always wanted to prove himself right. He would refute anyone who offered a suggestion, and considered anyone who disagreed with him to be inferior. Gradually, his friends drifted away, and his colleagues kept their distance. An emptiness began to grow in his heart, but his ego was still large. He thought, "I am so clever. Why do I feel so lonely?" Once, on a business trip to the mountains, Kwan visited a small temple. The temple was nestled amidst a pine forest, quiet and refreshing. He entered and saw an old monk sitting and preparing tea. The master smiled and invited him to sit. He bowed his head in greeting and then said, "I have heard that you are very wise, Master. I have come to learn a few things about the principles of life." The Master said nothing, only poured the tea. The water from the pot flowed into the cup, gradually filling it. But the Master kept pouring. The water overflowed, soaking the table. Quan was surprised. "Master," he said, "the cup is full. No more water can go in." The Master looked up at him, still smiling. "Your mind is also like this cup. It is already full of arrogance, full of prejudice, full of I. No matter what knowledge or principles I pour in, it will all just overflow. If you want to learn more, you must first empty your cup." Quan was speechless. That one sentence was like the striking of a gongtong in his heart. He realized that for so long he had only known how to fill himself with knowledge, but had never learned how to be empty. He knew how to speak, but had never learned to listen. He knew how to win an argument, but had never recognized his own faults. From that day on, Quan began to change. He practiced listening more and speaking less. He no longer argued to win, but to understand. He realized that when his own mind was still, others would naturally open their hearts. And in those moments of silence, he found a peace that he had never had before. That story is short, but it contains the essence of living wisdom. The clever person is like a full cup of water, always wanting more, wanting to know more, wanting to win. The wise person knows that only by letting go of some of the water can more be poured in. To know how to grasp is strength of character. To know how to let go is wisdom. In life, many people think that being clever will help them be happy, but that is not necessarily so. Cleverness can help us achieve many things, but only wisdom can help us maintain our peace. A clever person can win against others, but a wise person always wins against themselves. For the wise person understands that winning against anyone is meaningless if one's own heart is still full of hatred. Let us look back at the arguments we have had. How many times have we tried to prove ourselves right? In the end, were we truly happy? Or was it just a fleeting feeling of triumph followed by an emptiness? We win the argument, but lose our peace. We win against others, but lose the tranquility in our own minds. That is the price the clever person often has to pay. The wise person is not afraid of losing, for they know that there is nothing truly worth calling a loss. Every step back is a step forward. Every moment of silence is a moment to reflect upon oneself. When the mind is at peace, They see everything clearly as it is, without adding or subtracting anything. But the clever person is often trapped in the ego. They want to be recognized, want to be better than others, want to be praised. It is these desires that cause them to suffer. The Buddha taught that the wise are like a clear water surface, reflecting all things without getting stuck on any of them. When wisdom manifests, we do not need to contend, do not need to say much. We only need to look, understand, and smile. For the wise person knows that all things are operating according to causes and conditions. Each person has their own time for maturation. No one is faster, and no one is slower. Comparison only brings anxiety to the heart. The clever person likes to analyze. The wise person likes to feel. The clever person is always seeking answers. The wise person accepts not knowing. For sometimes, silence is the deepest answer. The wise person does not try to grasp everything. They let life flow on its own, like a river that flows through many bends, but still heads towards the sea. They know that not everything needs a reason. There are some things that one simply needs to experience, and then smile. Some say that cleverness is a talent, and wisdom is a blessing. Talent can be learned, but wisdom only comes when the heart is humble. The more humble a person is, the more open their heart, the greater their wisdom will be. For wisdom is not found in books, but in every breath, in every act we perform, in the way we treat the world. If you wish to cultivate wisdom, begin by listening. When others speak, do not react immediately. Breathe. A deep breath will help the mind slow down. In that space of slowness, you will see more clearly the true meaning of their words. Sometimes, what the other person needs is not an answer, but an understanding heart. The wise person understands this, so they speak little, but each word carries a healing energy. Another practice is for the evening, before going to sleep. Ask yourself, today, did I say anything that made someone sad? Today, did I try to prove myself right? Today, was I silent when silence was needed? Just by reflecting upon oneself like this each day, wisdom will gradually grow, and the mind will gradually become lighter. There is a very beautiful image in Zen studies, the teapot and the teacup. The water in the pot, no matter how fragrant or precious, cannot be enjoyed if it is not poured out. Kept forever in the pot, the water will grow cold and be wasted. Only when it is poured out can the water reach others, can its flavor spread. Human beings are the same. If we just keep holding on to knowledge, experience, or even love, without knowing how to let go, it will all become a burden. The wise person is like the one who pours the tea, knowing when to stop, knowing when to offer. They do not let life grow cold in their hands. In truth, within each person exists both cleverness and wisdom. Cleverness is the part learned from the outside. Wisdom is the part that shines from within. When we let go of arrogance, wisdom naturally arises. When we are grateful, wisdom naturally grows. When we stop comparing, wisdom naturally manifests. It is like the moon, which is always there. It is only because of the clouds that we do not see it. The clever person is easily tired because they always think they must know everything. The wise person feels light because they know they do not need to know everything, only what is enough. The clever person seeks to control others. The wise person seeks to master themselves. The clever person fears mistakes. The wise person sees mistakes also as a teacher, for they understand that there is no failure, only incomplete lessons. If you are living in weariness, perhaps you are trying to be clever. But if you feel at peace, that is a sign that wisdom is gradually growing within you. Let life teach you in its own way, without hurry, without force. Everything we need to know will come when we are still enough. Practice letting go each day, just as Kwan let go of his ego. Let go of the desire to win. Let go of the need to be better. When you do, you will realize that this world is much gentler. The clever person wants to change others. The wise person changes themselves. And when we change, the world naturally changes as well. One morning, sit quietly by a window. Brew a cup of tea, breathe deeply, and watch the sunlight pour down. Imagine the cup of water in your hand. If the cup is full, you can add nothing more. But if the cup is empty, you can pour into it water, or tea, or light. Practice keeping the cup of your mind empty so that life can pour into you its wonders. To be able to pick things up is strength of character. To be able to put things down is wisdom. Anyone can learn how to pick things up, how to strive, to endeavor, to conquer. But only one who truly understands life can learn how to put things down. For to let go is not to lose, but to conquer oneself. To let go is not to lose, but to gain freedom. The wise person does not seek to be better than anyone. They seek to understand themselves better each day. They know that when the mind is clear and bright, all things are bright. When the mind is still and harmonious, all things are clear. When the mind is full of love, life naturally becomes gentle. Therefore, do not just wish to become clever. Wish to become wise. For wisdom will not only help you succeed, but will also help you be at peace. One day, when you can smile at criticism, remain silent amidst gossip and slander, and say thank you when misunderstood, at that moment, you are no longer a clever person. You are a wise person. For wisdom is being grateful even for adversity, is smiling in a tempest, is passing through life without being swept away by it. Remember the Buddha's teaching. In life, what is most precious is not knowing much, but knowing how to let go. For only when we let go can the mind become vast and wisdom shine. Live like a cup that is always empty, like a lake that is always still, like a lotus in the mud that is not stained by the mud. Then, even if life tilts and sways, you will remain as serene as the moon high above, illuminating without touching, loving the world without suffering. The Buddha taught, all compounded things are impermanent. They are subject to rise and fall. When you see this with wisdom, you are weary of suffering. This is the path to purity. When we understand this with our intellect, we nod our heads. But only when our hearts have gone through loss, gone through the tilting storms of life, do we truly absorb the meaning of impermanence. Life is a river that does not stand still. Today, the water is clear. Tomorrow, it may be murky. Tonight, the moon is bright. Tomorrow, it may be dim. People pass through each other's lives like gusts of wind, sometimes warm, sometimes cold, sometimes just a fleeting passage that leaves behind a long echo. In truth, nothing is ever lost. It only changes form, changes its way of being present, like a drop of water that falls to the earth, then evaporates and rises to the sky, only to return again as rain. All things are moving in the circle of dependent origination. There is nothing that can be called an absolute end. We suffer because we think things are permanent. We are in pain because we want to hold on to what cannot be held. We are weary because we forget that we ourselves are also changing every day, from the first breath to the last. No two moments are the same. All is impermanent. Someone once asked me, how can one live amidst impermanence and still maintain a peaceful mind? I just smiled, for the answer does not lie in words. It lies in every breath that we are aware of. When we know how to breathe, we know how to pause. When we know how to pause, we know how to look deeply. And when we look deeply, we see that in this life, there is nothing to fear. A storm is just a wind that is a little stronger. A downpour is just water falling a little faster. What we call loss is, in truth, just a transformation, like a candle that has burned all its wax. That light is not lost. It has just returned to the light of all places. From the Lin Ung Dharma channel. I remember once a woman named Dieu came to see me. She was over 50, her hair streaked with silver, her eyes gentle but tinged with sadness. She said her husband had passed away many years ago. She was left to live alone with a tree in her front yard. That tree had been planted by her husband when he was young. For 20 years, it had grown through the seasons of sun and rain, along with the memories and the loneliness of the one who remained. Every morning, she would go out to sweep the yard, look at the tree, and speak softly, as if to her departed husband. My dear, the tree is still doing so well. Every evening, she would sit under the tree, smelling the scent of its small flowers, listening to the rustling of its leaves, and her heart would feel a peace, as if she were conversing with the one from the past. But one night, a great storm came. The wind was so strong, it tilted the roof of the house. The tree in the front yard fell, its roots torn from the earth, its trunk broken in two. Mrs. Dieu burst into tears. That tree was not just a tree. It was a memento, a memory, a love. All that night, she sat hugging the broken trunk, her tears mingling with the rain. She said, "Why does life keep taking away the things I love?" The next morning, the sky was clear again. She still sat by the tree's stump, her heart heavy. But as the sunlight shone down, she saw something miraculous. From the broken part of the stump, tiny new shoots were sprouting, green and strong. She froze for a moment, and then she smiled, a very light smile. She stood up, lit a stick of incense before the stump, and said softly, "Nothing is lost. It only changes form." From that day on, she no longer called it the fallen tree. She called it the tree that is living again. The story of Mrs. Dieu made me think for a long time. In life, everyone has their own trees. A loved one, a love, a dream, a past. Then one day, the storm of life comes and sweeps away what we thought would always be there. We cry, we hurt, we resent. But we forget that the roots of life lie deep in the soil of our mind. if those roots have not decayed, they will still sprout anew. A person may depart, a love may fade, a dream may be shattered, but life continues on in a different form. What remains is whether our own mind is steadfast. Some people suffer endlessly over a small loss. Some lose a lifetime's worth and can still smile. The difference lies in the mind. Those who have a spiritual life understand that everything in this world is only temporarily borrowed. Even this body of ours is just a piece of clothing. One day, the clothing will tear, and we will change into new clothes. What is there to fear? In the scriptures, the Buddha taught, whatever is subject to origination is all subject to cessation. Strive on with diligence. This saying seems simple, but it is the key to living amidst impermanence while still maintaining our peace. When we know that all things are changing, we no longer crave and cling. When we do not crave and cling, we are no longer afraid of loss. When we are not afraid of loss, we are truly free. What is the suffering of human beings? It is the desire to hold on to youth, to hold on to love, to hold on to money, to hold on to fame. But the more we hold on, the more we worry. For impermanence does not ask if we are ready. It comes like the wind. Whether it is gentle or strong is not for us to decide. What we can do is learn to stand still in the wind. When our mind is steadfast, the wind is just a sound. When our mind is agitated, the wind becomes a storm. To keep the mind unmoved is not to be without emotion. A practitioner is not a cold person. On the contrary, they feel very deeply, but they do not let their emotions carry them away. It is like the surface of a lake in the early morning. The wind may cause ripples to form, but in just a moment, the lake becomes still again, able to reflect the entire sky. The mind of one who knows how to meditate is the same. When something causes agitation, they know how to return to the breath, how to observe without judging, how to acknowledge without clinging. Gradually, that mind returns to its natural clarity. The ancients called this a mind like water. Water does not try to hold a shape, yet it can contain everything. When it meets an obstacle, it does not fight, but simply flows gently around it. In the end, the water still reaches the sea. In this life, we cannot avoid loss, but we can learn to pass through loss without letting it sweep us away. The only way to do this is to cultivate a spiritual life. The one with a spiritual life is not afraid of impermanence, for they understand that impermanence itself is a teacher. Impermanence teaches us to value what we have, teaches us to cherish the present, teaches us to let go of what is not needed, teaches us to love without possessing, to give without demanding, to lose without resenting. When we can live like this, every day is a beautiful day. Though there may be wind and rain outside, the mind within remains bright. Some mornings, I sit in meditation under the eaves and watch the leaves fall. I see each leaf as a human life. To leave the branch is not the end. Falling to the ground, it nourishes the earth. The earth then nourishes the tree. The tree then blossoms. The blossom then bears fruit. And the fruit falls, sowing new seeds. All things are interconnected. Nothing is lost. It is only returning. Therefore, when a person departs, do not think they have vanished. They have only changed their way of being present, sometimes as a fragrance, sometimes as a dream, sometimes as the morning light. When our mind is clear, we will realize they are still there, in us, around us, in our breath, in every rhythm of life. If one day you feel your heart reeling from loss, sit down. Take a deep breath. Feel the breath enter and leave. Look at everything that is still here. Your hands, the warmth, the sky, the light. Dull are still present. The practice of recognition is the best way to keep the mind unmoved. Every day, you can spend a few minutes sitting in stillness. Listen to the sound of the wind, the bird song. Feel the life in every breath. Each time the mind is agitated, gently ask yourself, what am I trying to protect? Does the thing I am holding on to truly exist forever? When you ask yourself this, you will realize that the most worthy thing to hold on to is a peaceful mind. Everything else will change. Even this body will one day leave us. Only a wholesome mind, wisdom, and compassion will go with us. After the day the tree fell, Mrs. Dieu's mind changed. She said, "Ever since I saw the new shoots sprout, it was as if I was born again." Every day she would light incense, no longer praying for anything. She would just say, "Thank you, life, for letting me see impermanence and still find love." She smiled more. The neighbors said she looked younger. In truth, the person who can smile in the midst of loss will naturally be youthful, for they are not pulled back by time. They live with each moment as if it were the last gift from the universe. When the mind is at peace, life will be at peace. Those with a spiritual life know that happiness lies not in how much one gains, but in not being afraid to lose. For they understand that the most precious things are never lost: love, kindness, wholesomeness. These things are energy. They are not destroyed. They are only transformed. It is like a flame being passed from one candle to another. That light is still one. It has just spread further. When you love, when you forgive, when you know how to let go, that energy goes out into the world, into other people, into your descendants, into the space around you. It becomes a blessing, a wholesome seed. That is what endures longer than any material wealth. Impermanence is not frightening. What is frightening is a mind that is not ready to receive it. When we are afraid, we resist. When we resist, we suffer. But if we open our hearts and accept it, impermanence becomes a friend. It comes to remind us to live today fully, to live without wasting a single second, to live with gratitude for both the smiles and the tears, for everything is a lesson. When we look at life through the eyes of a learner, there is nothing that is lost. Every event that occurs is an opportunity to understand more about ourselves, about others, about the way. The wise are not afraid of impermanence, for they know that impermanence is the door that leads to freedom. In the evening, you can try a small practice. Before sleeping, write down 3 things you were grateful for during the day, even small things: a glass of warm water, a greeting, a ray of evening sun. When you are grateful, the mind softens. And when the mind is soft, it is not easily swayed by the winds of life. The next morning when you wake, breathe in deeply and say, "Today I am still alive, still breathing, and I can still smile." That is how to keep the mind unmoved amidst impermanence, not by resisting impermanence, but by flowing with it, like a small boat drifting on a river, not trying to go against the current, just paddling along quietly, and still able to see the sky. The Lin Ung Dharma channel wishes to send this message. To protect the mind is not to protect life. We cannot hold on to everything in this life, but if our mind is bright, we will know how to walk lightly through all fluctuations. When the wind rises, be like the bamboo. Do not resist, just bend slightly, and then rise again. When the rain falls, be like the earth, quietly receive it, and then let the sun dry it. When someone leaves, join your palms, smile, and say, "Thank you for the karmic connection that allowed us to meet." That is how to live amidst impermanence and still be at peace. When we understand this, we will be able to smile at everything. That smile is not one of fleeting joy, but the smile of one who has understood. Smiling because one knows that everything has a reason. Smiling because one knows that all suffering contains the seed of enlightenment. Smiling because one knows that though life may change, the mind remains bright. And when the mind is bright, any life becomes beautiful. Someone asked the Buddha, "How can one live without suffering?" He smiled and said, "Because you hold on too tightly. You regret a falling leaf. You are sad when a person leaves. You hold a single word forever in your heart. Just like that, every small thing becomes a binding cord that makes you weary. You do not know that only when you let go of your grip will you see how light your hands can be." To let go is not to forget. To let go is to smile and bid farewell to what has passed. To know that everything in life has a time to come and a time to go. Just as this morning the sun rose, and this evening it will set again. Nothing is lost. It only changes place, changes form. What is lost today may be the beginning of a new piece that we have never seen before. In life, we have gone through so many instances of gain and loss, so many people who have come and gone. Some leave behind wounds, some leave behind lessons, some hurt us. But there are also those who teach us how to love. Each event is a brick that builds our maturity. If we only look at it through the eyes of suffering, we will forever see life as a series of losses. But if we look with the eyes of wisdom, we will see that all is conditioned. And every condition that arises does so to help us understand ourselves better. When we understand, we will blame less. When we love, we will be angry less. When we know impermanence, we will worry less. A peaceful mind is when we no longer try to control everything, no longer want everyone to be as we wish. A peaceful mind is when we know that everyone is on their own journey, and every soul is learning to grow through its own private pains. To let go is a journey of awareness. It is when we no longer seek to change others, but return to change ourselves. It is when we do not try to hold on to what is beyond our grasp, but know how to cherish what we have. Like a lotus blooming in the mud, it does not avoid the mud, nor does it complain about the mud, but blooms resplendently in the midst of it. The beauty of the lotus lies not in its avoidance of filth, but in its purity amidst the filth. The one who learns to let go is the same. They do not run from life, but learn to stand in the midst of life without being swept away by it. There are nights when we feel our hearts are heavy, thinking of someone who has left, of something that has been lost. At those times, just sit in stillness. Breathe in very deeply. Feel the wind pass over your skin. Hear the beating of your own heart. Then say softly to your heart, "Thank you for coming. Thank you for teaching me to love, to feel pain, to grow." And just like that, the sadness dissolves like the gentle, benign smoke of incense. The ancients taught that everything in life is due to karmic connection. To meet is a connection. To part is the end of a connection. Trying to hold on will not work. Forcing it will achieve nothing. A connection is like a stream of water that flows through one's hands and then disappears, leaving only a cool, fresh memory. When we understand this, our hearts will cease to resist, cease to cling. All that is left is to live fully in this very moment. To let go does not mean to be indifferent. To let go is an act of mindfulness. It is when we see clearly what should be kept and what should be released. Keep compassion. Release resentment. Keep faith. Release fear. Keep the present. Release the past. Keep a smile. Release the tears. Each time we can release something from our mind, we become a little more free. There is a small practice, simple yet profound. Each morning, as the sun rises, breathe in deeply. Breathe out gently. Smile at yourself and say softly, "Today, I will live with a grateful heart, grateful for still being able to breathe, grateful for still being able to love, grateful for still having the opportunity to learn how to let go." Then, during the day, when you encounter something disagreeable, instead of reacting, just pause for a second, breathe out, and say, "I understand. I choose peace." That sentence has great power, for it cuts off the stream of unconscious reaction and opens up a space for mindfulness. Then, in the evening before you sleep, sit in stillness and look back on the day that has passed. Whether there were sad or happy events, say, "Thank you" for them all. Thank you for everything that happened, for it helped me see my own mind more clearly. Thank you to the one who hurt me so that I could learn to forgive. Thank you to myself for still trying to live with kindness. And when we say thank you like that, the heart will naturally soften, and all afflictions will also dissolve on their own. A day lived in gratitude is a day we are bathed in the energy of compassion. A night slept in forgiveness is a night we rest in peace. Life need not be long, only deep. One need not have much, only enough. One need not win, only know how to cherish. Let go, not to escape, but to lighten the heart to continue the journey. When we let go, we do not lose anyone. We only lose the suffering that was attached to that person. We do not lose anything. We only lose the heaviness of a mind that wants to possess. And in that empty space, light will naturally flood in like the dawn, illuminating the room after a long, dark night. When the heart is at peace, we see beauty everywhere we look. Even suffering becomes a gentle teacher. For suffering teaches us patience. Loss teaches us to cherish. Separation teaches us to love more deeply. And the very things that seemed to cause us to fall are, in fact, the seeds from which mindfulness sprouts within us. Someone once said, "True happiness lies not in how much we have, but in how much we can let go." The one who knows how to let go is the wealthiest person, for they possess freedom. The one who knows how to keep a compassionate heart is the brightest person, for they live in the light of understanding and love. On the last evening of the year, as all things draw to a close, we sit in stillness and watch the golden sunlight upon the rooftops, listen to the sound of the wind through the eaves, and suddenly realize that all the things that once caused us suffering are now just small, glittering embers in our memory. We smile, no longer with resentment, no longer with regret, only with a deep sense of gratitude. Protect the mind, not life, for life is a flowing current that we cannot stop. But the mind is a boat, and we can keep it steady amidst the great waves. Each time a storm comes, instead of lamenting, we learn to sit quietly in the boat of the mind, let the waves pass by, and keep our hearts at peace. It is not because life will be less sorrowful, but because only with a peaceful mind can we pass through sorrow without being swept away. In the end, we understand that to let go is not an end, but the beginning of a different way of living, a way that is lighter, gentler, and more complete. When we let go, we open up a space for love, for light, for peace to permeate every breath. And when we hold on to a compassionate heart, we become a flower in the garden of life, radiating fragrance without needing to speak, shining brightly without needing to show off. Let go, to lighten the realm of the heart, so that each passing day is a flower blooming in a peaceful mind. That flower needs no one else to see it. It is enough that we ourselves can sense its fragrance in every moment of mindful living.